Welcome to the channel. We are grateful to have you joining this peaceful space. Before we begin, I invite you to subscribe, activate the bell icon, and leave a gentle comment with your thoughts or requests for future stories. Now, settle in, relax your shoulders, and let the soothing rhythm of this journey carry you toward a peaceful night's sleep. Please close your eyes, get comfortable, and let your breathing slow down. Feel the weight of your body gently sinking into the bed, as if the mattress were a quiet shore and you are slowly resting along a calm riverbank. The Nevada desert stretches outward in long, unbroken lines, shaped by wind, heat, and time. Its surface appears still from a distance, yet the land carries quiet traces of ancient movement. Once, water filled these broad basins, settling into calm sheets that reflected the sky. As centuries passed, the lakes dried, leaving behind pale expanses of hardened clay. Groom Lake is one of these places, a dry reminder of a different age. The ground holds faint marks of erosion, pressed gently into its surface, as if the memory of water remains even after its absence. The landscape feels unchanged, as though it has been watching the horizon for far longer than any human presence. Light moves slowly across this region. At dawn, the sky softens into muted hues that spread evenly across the desert. Shadows form elongated shapes along the ridges before retreating under the rising sun. By midday, the air grows warm, lifting faint currents of heat that shimmer above the ground. When evening approaches, the light lowers again, stretching across the clay in long, deliberate lines. This cycle repeats with steady rhythm, giving each day a predictable calm. Groom Lake lies within this pattern, a quiet surface, responding only to temperature and wind. Even on still days, the clay holds subtle variations in color that shift with the angle of the sun. The desert's silence is one of its defining qualities. Sounds dissipate quickly across the open ground. Footsteps soften, leaving little trace. The wind, when it arrives, passes gently across sparse vegetation and the smooth basin floor. Occasionally, a distant echo may drift from the surrounding mountains, carrying the faintest suggestion of movement. Yet overall, the landscape maintains a deep quiet that encourages slow observation. This stillness is part of what drew attention to Groom Lake, long before it became known for other purposes. The openness, combined with natural isolation, creates a sense of seclusion rarely found elsewhere. Before any structures appeared here, the region existed as a remote expanse visited only by travelers, survey teams, or those passing through during early exploratory missions in the American West. For years, Groom Lake remained an unremarkable point on maps, defined mostly by its location and the expanse of desert surrounding it. Early cartographers noted the Pale Basin and its suitability as a natural landmark, but few imagined it would later serve a purpose beyond geographic reference. The isolation was both a challenge and an advantage, limiting access while providing an uninterrupted horizon. In the early 20th century, various surveys documented the geology and terrain of southern Nevada. These efforts mapped the ridgelines, elevations, and dry lake beds, noting which areas might support transportation or industrial development. Groom Lake appeared repeatedly in these records, recognized for its expansive, flat surface. Though not intended for aviation at the time, the qualities of the basin were repeatedly acknowledged: firmness, stability, and the absence of large obstacles. Over time, these features became increasingly relevant as technology advanced and new forms of transportation emerged. Still, decades passed before the site gained strategic importance. During the 1940s, the United States focused on expanding its understanding of aviation and aeronautical design. Regions with wide, unpopulated land became valuable for testing, training, and experimentation. The desert offered a natural advantage: vast open ground, predictable weather, and minimal interference from urban centers. Areas across Nevada, California, and Utah were evaluated for potential use. Groom Lake, with its dry surface and unobstructed surroundings, stood out for its unique combination of distance and functionality. It was remote, yet reachable, quiet, yet expansive. As interest in remote testing sites increased, the surrounding region began to shift subtly. Roads were improved, survey teams reappeared, and aerial photographs captured the wide basin from above. These images revealed the nearly perfect flatness of the surface, stretching out in all directions like a pale canvas framed by mountains. The ridges around the lake formed natural barriers, limiting direct visibility from most angles. This combination of features made Groom Lake a promising candidate for controlled activities that required privacy and consistency. Still, its transformation would unfold gradually rather than abruptly. By the early 1950s, the federal government sought new locations suitable for advancing aviation research and high-altitude testing. Existing facilities near populated regions faced increasing constraints, requiring more isolated environments. Groom Lake met these requirements almost intuitively. Its central basin could support landings from multiple directions, while the surrounding terrain shielded much of the activity from outside view. The decision to utilize the site emerged from practical considerations: geography, logistics, and the capacity for expansion. There was no dramatic announcement, only a series of evaluations that eventually converged on the same conclusion. Once selected, the area's role began to shift quietly. Simple markers identified boundaries, and temporary structures appeared along the edge of the lake. Equipment arrived gradually, often under modest cover to avoid attracting attention. Workers noted the stark quiet of the region, describing how the desert seemed to absorb sound. Early operations were limited in scale, focusing on assessing the basin's suitability for repeated use. The behavior of the ground under various conditions, heat, cold, wind, was monitored closely. Each observation reinforced the idea that Groom Lake could support more complex activities. What defined the site's early development was its intentional subtlety. Rather than imposing large structures immediately, planners adapted to the land's natural contours. The flat basin required minimal alteration. Surrounding ridges provided natural vantage points for observing conditions without constructing high towers. Over time, these features became integral to the site's function, guiding its layout and influencing the design of future additions. The desert, rather than being reshaped, became a partner in the work underway. Even in its earliest phase, Groom Lake held an atmosphere of quiet purpose. Although few people were aware of its existence, those assigned to survey or prepare the site described a sense of entering a space removed from daily life. The long distances between points created a natural rhythm for work, encouraging slow, methodical movement. Vehicles traveled carefully across the basin to avoid damaging the clay surface. Early tests of equipment were conducted at a deliberate pace, allowing teams to understand how the environment responded to use. Each step of the development unfolded with a calm consideration shaped by the desert itself. As the 1950s progressed, the land surrounding Groom Lake continued to reveal its quiet utility. Engineers and planners studied the terrain carefully, noting how each ridge offered shelter from strong winds, and how the distant horizon allowed long-range observation without obstruction. The desert, with its predictable weather and wide skies, created a dependable backdrop for careful measurement. Even the isolation became part of the design, offering long stretches of silence in which subtle variations could be detected more easily. The atmosphere encouraged focus, as though the land itself invited measured attention rather than hurried work. The initial structures built near the lake were simple and sparse. Temporary shelters, small storage units, and makeshift platforms appeared gradually around the perimeter. These early additions aimed more to support observers than to house extensive operations. Workers described the quiet routine of arriving before dawn, the slow spreading of light across the basin, and the steady temperature changes that guided their daily schedules. The desert's consistency made planning easier, and soon a pattern emerged in which the natural environment shaped the pace and rhythm of each task. Even during these modest beginnings, Groom Lake's transformation remained deliberately understated. Additions blended with the tones of the desert, reflecting an approach that favored subtlety. The clay surface, firm and reliable, required little alteration. Aircraft wheels left faint marks that waned, later softened. The range's open surroundings allowed safe movement without drawing attention. Early efforts focused on gathering environmental data, the behavior of dust under different conditions, the reflectivity of the ground at various times of day, and the density of the clay when pressure was applied. All these observations supported a larger vision still unfolding. By mid-decade, plans became more cohesive. The need for a remote testing facility grew steadily as aviation pushed into higher altitudes and faster speeds. Existing bases lacked the expansiveness required for experiments that demanded long approach paths and minimal exposure. Groom Lake, in contrast, provided a naturally secluded setting. The existing dry surface could serve as a pseudo-runway in multiple directions, allowing for flexible arrival and departure patterns. This versatility became a defining trait of the site, contributing to its selection as a hub for more advanced operations. In preparing the area for expanded activity, workers focused on durability rather than aesthetics. Construction materials were chosen for practicality, resistance to weather, and ease of maintenance. Many structures emerged in simple geometric forms, their muted colors blending into the surrounding terrain. The region's quiet tones influenced the palette. Pale browns, soft grays, and subdued metallic surfaces that reflected the subdued light of the desert. Over time, these forms became familiar landmarks for those who worked there, guiding movement across the open expanse without disrupting the overall stillness. Transportation routes evolved slowly as well. Dirt paths extended outward like veins, connecting staging areas, storage zones, and observation points. These routes adapted to the landscape, curving gently around obstacles rather than cutting through them. Vehicles moved across them at steady speeds, raising small clouds of dust that settled quickly in the dry air. Despite increased activity, the land absorbed these changes with minimal alteration to its essential character. The desert remained dominant, its vastness providing context for every human addition. Weather patterns continued to play a central role in operations. Calm days allowed uninterrupted testing, while occasional gusts of wind required fewer activities during certain hours. Storms were rare but notable, sweeping across the region with a brief intensity before fading back into silence. Rain fell infrequently, and when it did, the lakebed responded by softening briefly before returning to its hardened state. These fluctuations were studied carefully, ensuring that the environment remained predictable enough for planned work. Nothing proceeded without considering the land's quiet signals. The surrounding mountains, often overlooked in early planning, soon became essential reference points. Their shapes helped orient travelers and supported lookout posts from which broad views of the basin were possible. The ridges offered natural lines of separation, creating pockets of seclusion within the already remote landscape. Teams could position themselves strategically along these elevations to observe weather shifts, monitor surface conditions, or simply study the changing light across the basin. Over time, the mountains became quiet partners in the work, forming a protective boundary that defined the region's distinct atmosphere. As structures increased in number, early workers developed routines that aligned closely with the rhythms of the desert. Mornings were spent checking equipment, while temperatures remained cool. Midday hours, often warmed by the strong sun, were suited for tasks requiring steady visibility. Evenings encouraged reflection, as the long shadows returned and the air settled into its familiar calm. The silence of night allowed certain observations to continue uninterrupted, with the wide sky offering a clear view of atmospheric conditions. These patterns became part of daily life, shaping the site's early identity. Despite the steady expansion, Groom Lake maintained an understated presence in broader regional activity. Maps still marked it as a simple dry lake, and few beyond specialized circles took note of the subtle transformations occurring there. The remote nature of the site limited casual visitors, allowing developments to progress quietly. Workers adapted to this isolation, finding a kind of stillness in the long distances and open horizons. The sense of separation from cities and towns fostered a focus that contributed to the efficiency of early operations. The gradual evolution of the site reflected a careful balance between necessity and restraint. While new capabilities were introduced, the overarching goal remained to preserve the land's natural advantages. Large-scale alterations were avoided unless essential. Environmental assessments guided decisions, ensuring that the dry lakebed retained its defining characteristics. This approach minimized disruptions and allowed the basin to function reliably as the central element of the site. The desert, unchanged by centuries, remained stable enough to support the growing infrastructure. Even as the first decade of development neared its end, Groom Lake still appeared from above as a quiet, pale expanse framed by darker tones of rock. The additions, though purposeful, blended into the surroundings without announcing themselves. The region's transformation into a structured facility advanced at a measured pace, shaped by the slow and steady nature of the land itself. Nothing about its growth felt abrupt. Instead, it resembled a gradual emergence of order within a landscape that welcomed continuity. By the time the site entered a more defined phase of development, Groom Lake had become closely associated with steady, methodical work carried out far from public awareness. The rhythm of daily operations settled into a quiet consistency shaped by the desert's natural patterns. Workers described how the silence seemed to slow their thoughts, encouraging focus on small details that might otherwise be overlooked. Tasks were approached with patience, and the measured pace reflected the surrounding environment. Each movement across the basin reinforced the sense that the land guided the work as much as the teams themselves. With additional structures rising, the base began to display a subtle organization. Storage areas, observation posts, and maintenance zones emerged in strategic positions that aligned with the geography. Decisions often stemmed from practical considerations: protection from wind, visual concealment behind ridges, and proximity to open sections of the lakebed. The arrangement gave the facility a quiet sense of order without overwhelming the landscape. Buildings stood apart from one another, separated by stretches of open ground that preserved the desert's spacious character. This spacing also reduced noise, allowing the area to retain its calm atmosphere. Supply routes grew more defined as operations expanded. Trucks carried materials along carefully planned paths that avoided disturbing the most stable sections of the basin. Tires pressed lightly into the clay, leaving lines that quickly softened under the desert's dry conditions. Movement along these routes occurred at steady intervals, with deliveries timed to avoid unnecessary overlap. Even logistical tasks adopted a tranquil rhythm, reflecting the site's unhurried approach to progress. Workers often remarked that time felt different here, shaped by distance and silence, rather than clocks. Water management became an important consideration in early planning. Although rainfall was scarce, the occasional storm could briefly alter surface conditions. Systems were installed to direct runoff away from crucial areas, ensuring the lakebed remained stable for future work. These measures were unobtrusive, blending into the environment without drawing attention. The desert's natural drainage patterns played a central role in shaping these decisions. Engineers studied the subtle topography to ensure that any modifications respected the land's long-established behaviors. The goal was not to transform the environment, but to coexist with it. Communication systems evolved alongside structural development. Antennas and relay points were installed carefully, positioned to maintain clear lines of contact across the wide facility. These additions remained modest in appearance, rising only as high as necessary. At night, small indicator lights glowed faintly, barely noticeable against the dark sky. Their presence helped maintain coordination while preserving the quietness that defined the site. Messages traveled across the facility with efficiency, carried by systems that operated without disrupting the tranquil soundscape. Personnel living in the area adjusted gradually to the isolation. Housing units offered basic comfort, shielding occupants from the desert's temperature extremes. Life in these quarters followed a measured pace, punctuated by routine maintenance, scheduled rest periods, and the gentle cadence of nightly silence. Workers often stepped outside after dusk to experience the stillness firsthand. The stars appeared in remarkable clarity, unchallenged by city lights. Many found that the desert's vast openness created a sense of calm that lingered even during demanding periods of work. As operations expanded, attention turned to refining procedures for movement across the lakebed. Specific paths were designated for vehicles, while other areas remained reserved for specialized tasks. Markers guided navigation in low light conditions without intruding on the landscape. These simple indicators, small posts or reflective strips, became familiar references for those who worked at the site. Even these details were designed to maintain the low profile that characterized Groom Lake's development. The emphasis on subtlety contributed to a working environment where focus and calmness were essential. Throughout this period, the sky continued to play a central role in shaping the base's identity. The openness above the lake provided ample visibility for observing atmospheric conditions. Teams monitored wind patterns, temperature shifts, and high-altitude phenomena, noting how each factor might affect operations. The clarity of the desert air allowed distant objects to appear sharper than in other regions. Dawn and dusk brought gradual transitions in color, with the horizon shifting from cool blues to warm tones in slow, steady gradients. These changes provided a constant backdrop for the facility's work, reinforcing the connection between sky and ground. As the surrounding infrastructure grew, the purpose of Groom Lake became more firmly established. What had begun as scattered preparations gradually coalesced into a cohesive facility designed for long-term use. Yet the atmosphere remained quiet and deliberate. The base did not expand through rapid construction or dramatic alteration of the environment. Instead, it grew through steady, measured steps that respected the desert's enduring presence. Even as new buildings rose, the space between them preserved the openness that defined the region. This balance gave the facility a distinct character, purposeful yet unobtrusive. Roadways linking different sectors of the base took shape in patterns that reflected both need and restraint. Engineers avoided large cuts into the terrain, preferring gentle curves and minimal grading. As a result, the routes blended naturally into the surrounding landscape. Drivers navigating these paths often noted how the desert seemed to absorb mechanical noise, leaving only a soft hum that faded quickly. Even heavier vehicles produced less disturbance than expected, their sound carried away by the vastness of the basin. Over time, this quiet efficiency became a hallmark of operations at Groom Lake. The gradual accumulation of structures introduced subtle shifts in how the lake bed was used. Some sections became designated points for observation, others for testing, and others for maintenance. These distinctions developed organically as teams adapted to the environment. Still, the overall layout preserved a sense of spaciousness. Workers could stand at the edge of the basin and see long stretches of open ground uninterrupted by buildings. This visual continuity reinforced the peaceful quality that defined the site's early years, even as its function grew more complex. By the end of its initial phase of development, Groom Lake had transformed from a remote geological feature into a center of structured activity, yet the transformation remained quiet and understated. The desert retained its dominance, shaping the pace, direction, and feel of the work. Even those deeply involved in the site's operations recognized that the land's natural character influenced decisions at every stage. The stillness, the predictable patterns of light, and the wide horizon all contributed to an environment that encouraged calm, focused progress. Groom Lake became a place where human effort adapted to the desert's rhythm rather than imposing itself upon it. Groom Lake appears at first glance as a pale, motionless shape in the middle of the Nevada desert, a wide and open surface that seems to exist outside of time. Its clay stretches outward in all directions, forming a smooth basin that changes little from season to season. When sunlight falls across it, the ground brightens into muted tones of white and gray, reflecting light in a soft, diffused manner. These color shifts occur gradually, following the slow movement of the sun. The lake bed's texture, firm and uniform, offers few points of contrast. From above, it resembles an unfinished canvas, waiting quietly beneath the sky. The mountains surrounding Groom Lake form a protective ring, rising in gentle slopes that frame the basin from nearly every angle. Their shapes appear softened by distance, turning into silhouettes during early morning hours. As light increases, the ridges reveal subtle variations in color: faded browns, muted reds, and pale grays shaped by wind and heat. These ranges create a natural enclosure that limits sightlines from the greater desert. Even without artificial barriers, the land itself shields the basin, offering a layer of isolation that feels both natural and intentional. Travelers moving through nearby valleys often describe a sense of quiet focus, as if the landscape directs attention inward toward the center of the basin. Air movement across the lake bed is subtle. Breezes approach from the open desert, carrying fine dust that settles lightly along the clay. On still days, the air seems almost suspended above the basin, creating a gentle haze that rises slightly under the warming sun. When winds do occur, they glide across the surface in smooth lines, leaving faint patterns that fade quickly. These shifts contribute to the quiet identity of Groom Lake, where even weather changes appear measured. The open space encourages the atmosphere to behave predictably, allowing surface conditions to remain consistent across long periods. Approaching the basin by foot or by vehicle reveals the gradual transition from rough desert terrain to the smoothness of the lake bed. The surrounding ground contains small rocks, sparse vegetation, and uneven patches shaped by past erosion. But as one nears Groom Lake, the texture becomes increasingly refined. Loose soil gives way to compact clay, its firmness noticeable under each step. The shift often feels like crossing into a different environment, one defined by steadiness rather than ruggedness. Vehicles that reach the perimeter adjust their movement instinctively, slowing to accommodate the even surface. When viewed from a distance, Groom Lake appears empty, yet its emptiness carries a sense of structure. The wide plain is unobstructed. No large formations interrupt the horizon. This openness allows observers to perceive vast distances with clarity. Shadows move slowly across the surface as the day progresses, creating long, gentle gradients that alter the appearance of the basin without changing its underlying stillness. Even when equipment or temporary structures occupy small sections of the lake, the overall scale diminishes their presence. The surrounding mountains maintain the dominant visual frame, anchoring the landscape and offering points of reference that remain dependable through the years. During most days of the year, the air above Groom Lake remains clear, allowing uninterrupted visibility. The combination of high desert elevation and minimal moisture produces an atmosphere with exceptional clarity. This characteristic contributes to the basin's distinct appearance, allowing details on the ground to be perceived at significant distances. The dry climate also ensures that surface conditions remain stable. Rainfall, when it does occur, comes in brief moments that soften the clay before it dries once again. The terrain, shaped by thousands of years of such cycles, adapts easily to these changes without losing its essential qualities. The isolation of Groom Lake is not defined solely by distance. It is reinforced by the absence of human noise, traffic, and development. The surrounding region contains few settlements, and those that exist lie many miles away. This scarcity of activity allows natural sounds to dominate the environment. The hum of wind, the soft shift of dust, and the occasional distant echo from the mountains form the primary auditory elements. Even mechanical sounds dissipate quickly across the open plain. The basin seems to absorb noise, returning the landscape to quiet soon after any disturbance. Light plays an important role in shaping the impression of Groom Lake. Morning light arrives gradually, spreading across the basin in soft waves that brighten the clay without creating harsh contrasts. Midday, light appears stronger, but remains diffused by the pale surface. In the evening, long shadows stretch from the surrounding ridges, turning the basin into a muted expanse of cool tones. These transitions occur with gentle consistency, reinforcing the sense of calm that permeates the region. The lake's flatness creates reflections that subtly shift the appearance of sky and ground, blending them into a single visual field. Although the basin appears unchanging at first glance, closer inspection reveals a quiet variations. Thin cracks form along the surface during hot periods, then soften as temperatures cool. Dust settles in faint patterns, moved by breezes that pass through with patient regularity. The clay itself contains layers with different densities, shaped by ancient sediment. These layers create slight tonal differences that become visible under certain angles of light. Observers accustomed to the region often describe how the lake seems to change without moving, its appearance shaped by elements that interact gently across the day. Navigation across Groom Lake relies more on distant landmarks than on features within the basin. The surrounding mountains form natural guides, appearing as familiar silhouettes that mark direction. These ridges have remained stable for generations, allowing travelers to orient themselves easily. When visibility is high, even distant peaks become useful markers. Within the basin, temporary paths sometimes guide movement, though they fade quickly as dust shifts. Over time, those who work in the area learn to move confidently across the lake bed, relying on the steady relation between sky and ground. As the sun lowers toward the horizon, the temperature drops noticeably. Heat dissipates quickly across the exposed surface, bringing a sense of cool relaxation that settles over the region. The clay contracts slightly, creating faint clicking sounds that repeat at irregular intervals. These quiet noises, nearly imperceptible, add to the sensory identity of Groom Lake. Evening colors deepen across the basin, turning from warm golds to muted blues and grays. Eventually, the landscape becomes a wide open plain under a sky filled with stars. In these hours, isolation becomes even more pronounced, with the desert presenting itself as an uninterrupted expanse of calm. Groom Lake at midday appears calm and consistent, shaped by long cycles of light and temperature that unfold without interruption. The open basin reflects the sun in a muted way, creating a surface that looks pale yet steady. As the hours pass, the light shifts gradually, changing the tone of the clay from soft beige to a lighter shade that blends into the distant horizon. The environment does not evolve through sudden movements. Instead, it follows measured transitions that give the landscape an unhurried rhythm, one defined by predictable changes in brightness and tone. Each variation arrives gently, settling into place before giving way to the next. The mountains bordering the lake bed form a natural boundary that influences how the area receives light and wind. Their slopes rise in smooth, predictable lines, casting shadows that advance slowly across the ground. These shadows never move abruptly. They progress at a constant pace, reinforcing the sense of controlled time that defines the region. When the sun reaches its highest point, the shadows retreat almost entirely, leaving the basin evenly illuminated. The resulting atmosphere feels neutral and steady, shaped by the consistent position of the sun and the ground's uniform texture beneath it. The air above the basin is typically dry and clear, allowing distant objects to remain visible without distortion. This clarity enhances the perception of scale. Features that seem close often turn out to be farther away than expected, while ridges that appear small can extend for miles. The consistency of the air helps maintain the basin's visual calm. Even when temperatures rise, the surface maintains its uniform appearance. Heat shimmer occurs in slight waves, yet it does not create disorder. Instead, it acts as another subtle signal of the region's stability, changing slowly and without abrupt patterns. Movement around Groom Lake tends to occur at a slow and deliberate pace. Vehicles navigating outer paths follow the natural contours of the terrain, adjusting speed as the ground becomes smoother or more compact. These shifts happen gently, with no abrupt changes in direction or sound. Even dust trailing behind a moving vehicle rises gradually before dispersing into the air. The desert absorbs these subtle motions, preserving a sense of quiet continuity. People who walk near the basin tend to match this rhythm, taking steps that follow the steady character of the land rather than forcing a faster pace. Wind across the area varies from light breezes to steady flows that move in predictable patterns. The shape of the mountains guides the air, reducing sharp gusts and encouraging smooth currents. These movements create soft sounds as they pass over small plants or loose sediment. The wind does not generate abrupt noise. Instead, it maintains a low, constant presence, contributing to the calm environment. When the air becomes still, the silence deepens. Without feeling empty, it simply returns the basin to its natural quiet, allowing the landscape to continue its slow interaction with light and temperature. On rare occasions, cloud formations drift across the sky, altering the quality of light over the lake bed. Their shadows follow a slow trajectory, crossing the basin in broad, gentle shapes. These patterns shift with the sun, creating temporary variations that fade as the clouds continue moving. Rainfall is uncommon, but when it occurs, the moisture darkens the clay before drying evenly. The ground absorbs the water quickly, restoring the familiar pale surface. These small weather events introduce variations that never feel disruptive. They add brief changes that dissolve into the steady rhythm of the environment. The surface of Groom Lake contains natural markings formed over long periods. Thin lines appear where sediment has settled or shifted slightly, creating subtle textures that are visible only up close. These patterns do not interfere with the basin's smoothness. They act as faint indicators of natural processes that have shaped the region across centuries. Over time, cycles of heating and cooling contribute to these markings, but their influence remains mild. The ground retains its stable form regardless of minor adjustments in temperature or moisture. During late afternoon, the light begins to soften, casting longer shadows that stretch outward from the mountains. Colors shift toward warmer tones, though the change occurs slowly. The air cools in modest increments, creating a gentle transition toward evening. This period highlights the landscape's ability to shift without abrupt contrast. Nothing in the basin responds immediately. Instead, each element adjusts at its own steady pace. The resulting environment feels calm, grounded, and undisturbed. As evening approaches, the horizon develops a muted gradient. The sun lowers behind the ridges, producing a gradual fade rather than a sudden drop in brightness. The basin enters a softer phase of illumination, and the clay reflects the last light with a restrained glow. Shadows expand gently, merging with the open space. The temperature continues to fall, but the shift remains steady. In this state, Groom Lake appears almost suspended in time, defined by long movements and quiet interactions. Night settles gradually over the region, replacing the warm tones of daylight with cooler shades that spread evenly across the ground. The lake bed, illuminated only by natural light, adopts a calm appearance that changes little as the stars emerge. The air cools further, creating a stable atmosphere that carries faint sounds from distant ridges. These sounds are soft and infrequent, blending into the broader quiet that defines the nighttime basin. The surface reflects small traces of moonlight in a balanced way, maintaining the tranquil character that persists throughout the dark hours. As darkness deepens, the surrounding mountains appear as uniform shapes set against the sky. Their silhouettes form a continuous frame that encloses the basin without imposing on it. The absence of artificial light preserves the clarity of the landscape, allowing natural patterns to dominate. The lake bed remains still, retaining its stable form regardless of temperature or darkness. In these hours, Groom Lake demonstrates a consistent identity shaped by slow processes and subtle environmental interactions. The quiet remains steady through the night, shaped by gentle air currents and the slow passage of faint starlight across the basin and silence. The area surrounding Groom Lake extends through broad plains that follow a slow, natural layout shaped by long geological processes. These plains create open corridors where the land stretches outward in consistent formations without steep breaks or irregular contours. The terrain supports a steady visual field, encouraging long views that remain unbroken. With each mile, the desert repeats its patterns calmly, allowing observers to adjust to its rhythm. The result is a landscape that feels continuous, not because nothing changes, but because every shift appears gradual and measured. This contributes significantly to the overall tranquility of the region. Further from the basin, the desert rises into small plateaus that form gentle transitions between lower ground and higher ridges. These plateaus are not dramatic in height, yet they influence how the land absorbs light throughout the day. Their surfaces reflect sunlight in subtle gradients, creating a progression of tones that shift predictably. When one walks across these areas, the terrain feels firm and muted, shaped by fine sediment that has settled over long periods. The stability of the ground encourages slow movement, reinforcing the sense of order and calmness present in the greater Groom Lake environment. Vegetation appears in sparse, balanced patterns across the outer desert. Small shrubs, adapted to the dry climate, form clusters that repeat at irregular but gentle intervals. None of these plants dominate the landscape, and their presence does not interrupt the broader sense of openness. Instead, they create small points of texture that soften the vastness of the region. Their muted colors blend with the earth, creating a palette that remains consistent under different lighting conditions. Even when winds shift across the plain, the vegetation responds with minimal movement, maintaining the quiet character of the surrounding terrain. During late afternoon, long shadows from distant hills extend across the open ground in smooth, predictable shapes. These shadows move gradually as the sun lowers, forming slow patterns that stretch toward the basin. The change in contrast is noticeable, but gentle, marking the progression of time without calling attention to any single moment. This visual transition is one of the defining qualities of the area. It demonstrates how light interacts with land in a way that favors continuity over contrast, allowing the entire environment to feel unified as day progresses toward evening. Temperature changes across this section of the desert follow a calm, consistent cycle. Warmth builds steadily after sunrise, spreading evenly across the plains before reaching its peak in mid-afternoon. The heat rarely arrives abruptly. Instead, it accumulates in soft increments. As evening approaches, the temperature begins to fall with similar restraint. The air cools by degrees rather than sudden drops, allowing the environment to maintain a predictable sense of balance. These gradual patterns shape the atmosphere around Groom Lake, reinforcing its identity as a place defined by slow transitions and natural stability. Sound behaves differently across the open space due to the absence of dense vegetation or varied terrain. When the wind is still, the desert feels extraordinarily quiet. Small noises, such as distant movements of animals or the soft disturbance of sand, travel farther than expected. Yet even these sounds remain subdued, blending into the overall calmness. When breezes sweep across the plain, they create gentle patterns that rise and fall with consistent rhythm. Nothing in the region produces abrupt noise, and this acoustic environment enhances the sense of isolation and steady continuity that defines the area. Night shifts the desert into a different but equally stable phase. The sky becomes clear and expansive, revealing stars with uncommon sharpness. Their light creates faint reflections on the ground, soft enough to avoid contrast while still illuminating broad shapes. Temperatures continue to fall gradually, and the air develops a stillness that feels dense and orderly. The terrain remains unchanged under this darker palette. The quiet deepens, not because sounds disappear, but because the environment refrains from introducing anything unexpected. This consistency allows nighttime to feel like an extended continuation of the day's slow rhythm. At the edges of the open plains, narrow ravines appear in gentle formations. These are not deep or rugged, but their presence adds subtle variation to the landscape. Their slopes contain layers of sediment that have settled over centuries, displaying patterns that reveal the region's geological history without dramatic features. When viewed in low light, these formations blend into the broader terrain, contributing texture rather than contrast. Their shapes encourage air movement in slow, patterned ways, further defining the controlled atmosphere observed throughout the region. Over long periods, the landscape around Groom Lake has remained largely unchanged. Seasonal variations occur, but they do not alter the essential character of the environment. Rainfall shifts the color of the ground temporarily, while rare storms create short-lived impressions that fade as the land absorbs moisture. Winds may redistribute fine sediment across the surface, yet these changes unfold over wide areas, preventing any abrupt alteration. The region's stability is reinforced by this long-term consistency, creating a sense of continuity that supports the basin's broader atmosphere of calm isolation and measured natural order. Even at its most dynamic, the outer area surrounding Groom Lake behaves with steady restraint, whether shaped by changes in temperature, light, or subtle environmental forces. The land responds in gradual ways. This consistency aligns with the larger identity of the Nevada desert, a place where movement unfolds slowly, where transitions favor balance, and where the landscape maintains an overall sense of calm that endures across hours, days, and seasons. Groom Lake's outer environment reflects these qualities fully, offering a stable foundation for understanding the quiet and measured character of the region as a whole. In the early years of its development, the area surrounding Groom Lake became associated with a structured form of research that followed the needs of a changing geopolitical world. The flat basin and surrounding mountains created an environment suited to quiet experimentation, allowing new forms of aviation to be examined without interruption. During this period, the priorities of national defense shaped the direction of activity within the region. These priorities required isolated landscapes, consistent airspace, and wide distances that limited outside observation. Groom Lake offered all three, which made it an effective setting for tasks requiring long hours of careful assessment. The Cold War created conditions that encouraged the expansion of remote facilities. Nations sought ways to observe each other from high altitude, and this demand inspired the development of aircraft designed to travel above weather systems and beyond the reach of many early tracking technologies. To support these goals, Groom Lake began to host operations centered on high-altitude research. The natural terrain provided runways long enough for elongated wings and light frames, characteristics common among aircraft designed for extended flight at great heights. Testing these designs required a consistent routine, predictable weather, clear skies, and space wide enough to measure performance safely. Engineers needed a place where adjustments could be tracked in a controlled manner. Groom Lake's surface allowed repeated takeoffs and landings across a stable platform. The surrounding desert ensured minimal interference, offering the opportunity to study each flight's results with clarity. The patterns of the aircraft involved in early operations created familiar silhouettes against the open sky. Even though these aircraft represented new technologies, their shapes were simple, designed to balance endurance with structural efficiency. Observations throughout these years focused on refining performance and understanding how new systems behaved under changing atmospheric conditions. Each phase of development required incremental adjustments to both aircraft and infrastructure. As research expanded, new buildings appeared around the basin. These structures were utilitarian, created to support maintenance, testing, and storage, rather than to attract attention. Roads extended outward in simple lines, offering direct access to the lake bed. Their placement mirrored the region's orderly layout, ensuring movement between different areas remained efficient. These expansions were calm and methodical, reflecting the slow rhythm already present in the surrounding landscape. During this period, the need for discretion shaped daily operations. The airspace above Groom Lake was gradually restricted to provide uninterrupted corridors for testing. This adjustment allowed the region to develop without conflict from unrelated air traffic. The restriction also created an environment where researchers could work without external observation. This practice helped maintain consistency and supported long-term plans that depended on clear, uninterrupted skies. Over time, these measures became part of the region's identity, defining how the area functioned for decades. As new aircraft designs emerged, Groom Lake adapted to accommodate them. Some designs required longer runways, which the flat lake bed naturally provided. Others needed specialized facilities, where sensitive components could be examined. These adjustments occurred without altering the essential character of the landscape. Buildings were placed with minimal disruption, blending into the natural gradient of the desert. Even as activity increased, the region maintained its subdued atmosphere. Nothing about the environment suggested chaos or hurried development. Instead, each edition followed a steady pace, consistent with long-term research. The high-altitude aircraft of this era required careful evaluation of their structural materials. Many featured lightweight components that needed to withstand significant temperature shifts between ground level and upper atmosphere. Groom Lake's climate supported these assessments by offering predictable changes throughout the day. Temperatures rose gradually during daylight and decreased in equally measured increments at night. These conditions mirrored some variations pilots would experience at altitude, providing an early indication of how the aircraft might respond over extended flights. Flight patterns during initial operations reflected the specific goals of the Cold War period. The need to gather information from distant regions motivated researchers to pursue altitudes previously unavailable to most aircraft. At these heights, pilots could observe large territories without entering foreign airspace directly. Groom Lake supported such research by providing the infrastructures necessary for repeated evaluation. Each flight contributed small amounts of data, and over time, these details formed a clearer understanding of how high-altitude reconnaissance might function on a larger scale. As technologies improved, so did the requirements for storing and analyzing sensitive equipment. Groom Lake gradually incorporated new sections for detailed inspections. These areas resembled technical workshops more than laboratories, focusing on mechanical adjustments and material testing. The goal was consistent: to ensure that aircraft could endure long missions under demanding conditions. Changes were implemented gradually, reducing the possibility of unexpected outcomes. This process supported the slow, measured approach that characterized the region's development. The Cold War also brought increased attention to radar technology. Understanding how aircraft appeared on tracking systems became crucial. Some operations at Groom Lake involved examining how various shapes and materials influenced radar visibility. The open desert provided a suitable environment for such experiments. Signals could travel long distances without obstruction, allowing researchers to measure responses with precision. Adjustments to aircraft designs followed these observations, always with the intent to improve performance, without altering the stability of ongoing research. Over time, the number of projects associated with Groom Lake increased. New programs required additional personnel, though their presence rarely disturbed the quiet routine of the region. Workers followed strict schedules, aligned with natural light cycles, and activity slowed during night hours, unless specific testing conditions required otherwise. Even when more people arrived, the isolation of the desert maintained the sense of calm that defined the area. The land absorbed the increased activity without appearing crowded or overwhelmed. These early operations established patterns that would guide Groom Lake's evolution for many years. The emphasis on slow refinement, careful observation, and steady development became essential traits of the region. Aircraft advanced, facilities expanded, and research diversified, yet the character of the environment remained unchanged. Groom Lake continued to function as a place where the natural stability of the desert supported the measured pace of long-term experimentation. This period formed the foundation for later developments, shaping how the region would respond to new challenges and more complex technologies in the decades that followed. As Cold War programs expanded, Groom Lake adjusted to accommodate more complex operations. The steady environment of the basin supported long-term planning, allowing each phase of development to unfold without abrupt shifts. Aircraft designs that demanded careful calibration benefited from the consistent climate and wide airspace. Teams worked through structured routines that aligned with the desert's predictable cycles. This reliable setting allowed research to progress at a measured pace, reinforcing the region's role as a stable foundation for advancing aviation technology during a competitive era. As reconnaissance needs increased, new aircraft were introduced to explore altitudes and speeds beyond previous limits. These designs required precise testing conditions. Groom Lake's uncluttered surroundings ensured that each flight could be evaluated clearly. The flat terrain and distant ridges kept the horizon unobstructed, allowing observers to track takeoff profiles, climb rates, and descent behavior. Engineers monitored how structural materials responded under different conditions, while the open environment reduced interference. Each test contributed incremental information, supporting ongoing refinement that shaped the emerging capabilities of reconnaissance fleets. The evolution of programs during this period emphasized secrecy as a functional necessity rather than a symbolic element. Restricted airspace expanded gradually, creating a protective boundary that isolated sensitive operations. This boundary ensured that experimental aircraft could move through defined corridors without external visibility. Over time, the restricted zone became a routine component of operations. Pilots and technicians worked within its limits, adjusting schedules to match gaps in satellite coverage or periods of optimal atmospheric stability. These practices established an operational rhythm that balanced discretion with efficiency. Infrastructure grew to support the increased workload, but its development followed the same subdued approach seen in earlier phases. Additional hangars appeared along the edges of the lake bed, designed with simple shapes that blended into the landscape. Service roads extended outward, allowing materials to be transported across the site with minimal disruption. New buildings focused on functional needs such as maintenance, analysis, and storage. The placement of these structures reflected practical considerations, maintaining clear pathways while preserving the overall openness of the basin. Even as the facility expanded, its visual character remained calm and restrained. Testing schedules during this period were often coordinated around natural cycles of light and temperature. Early mornings offered cool conditions suitable for assessing performance at lower thermal loads. Midday flights provided information about structural behavior under increased heat, while evening operations supported tests requiring reduced atmospheric density. These cycles allowed researchers to gather comprehensive data while maintaining predictable routines. The desert's consistent climate supported this approach, ensuring that environmental variables remained manageable throughout the year. As projects became more ambitious, engineers introduced new materials that required detailed examination. Groom Lake served as an effective environment for evaluating these innovations. Some materials aimed to withstand extreme heat during high-speed travel, while others sought to reduce reflectivity across different wavelengths. The quiet setting allowed small variations to be observed with clarity. Adjustments to coatings, shapes, or structural components were made gradually, ensuring that each refinement contributed to broader program goals. The region's controlled isolation supported this meticulous approach. Logistical operations also grew more structured. Supplies arrived through designated routes that connected the site to nearby transport hubs. Vehicles followed consistent patterns to minimize unnecessary movement across the desert. Personnel adhered to schedules that coordinated with test operations and maintenance cycles. This organization created a steady workflow that aligned with the desert's natural rhythm. Even when activity levels increased, the region retained its calm atmosphere because tasks were distributed evenly across time and space. Communication within the facility followed strict guidelines developed to maintain clarity and protect sensitive information. These guidelines emphasized concise exchanges focused on technical requirements. Routine updates flowed through established channels, ensuring that each department received the information necessary for its specific role. This communication system contributed to the region's orderly environment, reducing ambiguity and supporting coordinated responses to evolving program needs. Over time, these protocols became embedded in daily operations, reinforcing the controlled nature of the work being performed. The introduction of new propulsion concepts during the Cold War required additional testing areas and diagnostic equipment. Groom Lake expanded in measured increments to support these efforts. Mechanical bays were added to examine engines under controlled conditions, while outdoor stations allowed researchers to observe how exhaust patterns behaved in open air. These developments integrated smoothly into the existing layout. Nothing appeared crowded or rushed, and every new addition followed patterns that maintained consistent spacing and accessibility across the site. As data collection methods improved, Groom Lake incorporated facilities designed to process large volumes of information. Analysts examined flight recordings, thermal readings, structural responses, and atmospheric interactions. The environment supported this analytical work by offering quiet, distraction-free spaces where complex evaluations could unfold. The steady pace of operations allowed analysts to interpret information with care. Their findings were integrated into ongoing projects, contributing to gradual refinements that moved each program closer to operational readiness. Personnel working during this period adapted to the region's sense of isolation. The desert's quiet, the open horizon, and the stable daily cycles created an atmosphere where tasks progressed steadily. Workers adjusted to the absence of urban noise or sudden changes in environment. Instead, the desert offered predictability that aligned well with technical work requiring concentration. This allowed teams to focus on long-term goals rather than responding to unpredictable external conditions. The landscape's calm character supported the introspective nature of research and development. Security measures during this era became increasingly refined. Access to specific areas depended on functional necessity, and movement between zones followed controlled pathways. These measures were not intrusive. Rather, they formed part of the structured routine that defined the broader environment. Personnel adapted to checkpoints and identification procedures as everyday components of their work. Over time, these practices contributed to a collective understanding of operational boundaries, reinforcing the calm orderliness that allowed sensitive programs to unfold without disruption. Groom Lake's role continued to grow as aviation technology advanced. Each new aircraft introduced unique requirements, prompting further adjustments to infrastructure and operations. Yet none of these changes altered the essential character of the region. The desert absorbed new activity without strain, maintaining its quiet stability. The site's layout expanded outward in deliberate lines, forming a network of structures that supported even the most demanding research. Throughout this evolution, the guiding principle remained consistent: to create an environment where progress could occur steadily, supported by natural isolation and controlled organization. Over the course of the Cold War, these developments established a foundation for future operations at Groom Lake. The methods refined during this era, careful scheduling, controlled expansion, measured adaptation, became long-term practices that continued into later decades. The landscape's natural rhythm and the site's structured environment formed a dependable setting for ongoing exploration. As technologies evolved, the principles of quiet refinement and gradual improvement remained at the core of activity, defining Groom Lake's unique role in aviation history. As Cold War programs progressed, Groom Lake shifted gradually toward more advanced forms of research. Earlier, aircraft had established the site as a stable platform for high-altitude development, and this foundation allowed later projects to adopt new technologies with confidence. The calm environment supported these transitions by offering predictable conditions for testing, analysis, and structural assessment. As new designs emerged, the facility adjusted its routines to incorporate unfamiliar systems without altering its measured pace. The goal remained consistent: to create a space where innovations could be examined quietly and systematically. During this period, the need to explore higher speeds and reduced detectability encouraged the development of aircraft with angular frames and specialized surfaces. These designs required careful evaluation, since even small adjustments could influence stability. Groom Lake's open expanse allowed such testing to occur at different altitudes and temperatures. The clear desert air helped observers track how shapes interacted with atmospheric density, while the wide runways accommodated craft with unique aerodynamic demands. Each test contributed to refining structures intended to travel through the sky with minimal disturbance, aligning with broader technological goals of the era. Expanding program requirements led to the inclusion of additional support facilities. Maintenance structures were updated to handle new materials, some of which required controlled environments to prevent degradation. These adjustments were implemented quietly, with new buildings constructed in line with the existing layout. Their placement followed the site's established patterns, ensuring that the workflow remained smooth. As operations grew in complexity, the facility maintained its calm appearance. Even with more equipment and personnel, the desert absorbed the changes without losing its sense of spacious order. The introduction of advanced propulsion concepts required further specialization. Some engines demanded extensive cooling systems, while others operated efficiently only under precise conditions. Groom Lake accommodated these needs by creating designated areas for engine assessments. These zones allowed researchers to measure output with minimal interference. The quiet landscape helped isolate acoustic signatures, enabling subtle differences to be recorded accurately. Gradual refinements followed, each supporting the broader mission of creating aircraft capable of reliable performance under demanding circumstances. Operational routines continued to evolve in response to new technologies. Flight schedules were adapted to match program objectives, with timing based on atmospheric stability, sunlight angles, or thermal requirements. Some tests were conducted at dawn to observe material behavior as temperatures rose, while others took place at dusk to examine how aircraft handled cooling conditions. These cycles aligned naturally with the desert's predictable rhythm, allowing operations to proceed without abrupt transitions. Personnel adjusted their routines accordingly, creating a steady pattern that mirrored the environment's inherent calmness. As data collection methods improved, analysts gained the ability to review increasingly complex information. Sensors embedded in experimental aircraft recorded detailed measurements across various flight phases. These readings were examined in dedicated facilities where environmental variables were controlled to reduce distraction. The quiet atmosphere supported long periods of concentration. Analysts reviewed patterns related to aerodynamic performance, structural responses, and thermal effects. Their findings guided engineers toward adjustments that enhanced reliability, efficiency, and long-term functionality. Security protocols expanded alongside the facility's technical capabilities. New zones were created to restrict access to equipment requiring specialized handling. These zones followed clear guidelines related to operational necessity and safety. Personnel were assigned to specific areas based on their roles, allowing movement across the site to remain organized and predictable. Identification systems were updated to reflect this structure. These measures did not disrupt the environment. Instead, they reinforced the orderly nature of daily operations. As procedures became more refined, the atmosphere of controlled isolation deepened. The development of advanced surveillance systems also influenced activity at Groom Lake. Some structures were built to house equipment capable of observing how experimental aircraft appeared on radar or infrared sensors. These tools allowed researchers to compare actual signatures with theoretical expectations. The open desert proved useful for such measurements, as its minimal interference supported clean data collection. Adjustments to aircraft surfaces, angles, and coatings followed these findings, contributing to gradual improvements in detectability. This methodical refinement became a defining element of later Cold War research. As programs expanded, personnel numbers increased, yet the region maintained its quiet consistency. Workers adapted to long periods of focus in an environment that emphasized routine. Training emphasized precision, patience, and coordinated timing. Shift schedules reflected operational needs, especially when working with equipment requiring sequential procedures. Despite the complexity of the work, the atmosphere remained calm due to the predictable structure embedded in the facility's design. The desert's steady presence reinforced this organizational clarity, allowing teams to perform their tasks without unnecessary pressure. The growing sophistication of aircraft required new methods for evaluating structural endurance. Groom Lake incorporated facilities for stress testing, where components were examined under controlled loads. These assessments helped determine how materials performed during long missions or extreme maneuvers. The steady climate supported these operations by reducing environmental fluctuations that might affect measurements. Gradual increases in testing thresholds allowed engineers to identify potential weaknesses before integrating components into full-scale designs. This patient approach minimized risk and helped maintain consistent progress. As propulsion systems advanced further, some programs explored the use of unconventional fuels or combined cycle engines. These technologies demanded specialized handling, prompting the development of secure zones for storage and preparation. Groom Lake's layout provided space for such additions without compromising its quiet character. The desert's openness allowed engineers to conduct evaluations at safe distances, ensuring that even highly specialized tests could unfold within the region's established patterns. Each new development integrated seamlessly, maintaining the orderly progression of research. Throughout these changes, the site's natural isolation continued to support its purpose. The surrounding desert created a buffer that limited outside activity, while the restricted airspace prevented uninvolved aircraft from entering testing areas. This separation allowed programs to maintain continuity, avoiding disruptions that might otherwise slow research. The stillness of the landscape also played a role in stabilizing operations. Without urban noise or sudden environmental shifts, personnel could focus on long-term objectives with minimal distraction. By the time these advanced programs reached maturity, Groom Lake had grown into a fully developed research environment shaped by decades of quiet evolution. Buildings stretched outward in balanced lines. Runways accommodated a diverse range of aircraft, and operations followed refined routines. The site functioned as a cohesive system where each component supported the broader goals of testing, analysis, and improvement. Despite the expansion, the atmosphere remained defined by calm repetition, slow transitions, and the enduring stability of the desert. This period marked an important shift in Groom Lake's identity. What began as a remote basin for early reconnaissance aircraft gradually transformed into a versatile center for technologically demanding programs. The evolution occurred without abrupt departures from earlier practices. Instead, each phase built upon the previous one, creating a layered environment where new capabilities emerged naturally. Through this process, the region continued to embody its defining traits: quiet efficiency, controlled growth, and a steady rhythm shaped by both the desert and the needs of advancing aviation research. As operations at Groom Lake continued to evolve, the surrounding infrastructure grew in careful, measured phases. Early facilities had been modest, built to support a small number of aircraft and essential personnel. Over time, expanding research programs required additional structures that could accommodate new technologies, specialized tools, and increasingly complex maintenance routines. This development did not occur rapidly. Instead, planners introduced each element at a pace that aligned with broader program goals. As a result, the landscape maintained its calm and organized appearance even as functional capacity increased. The first major area of expansion involved runways. The natural length of the lake bed had always provided a suitable surface for testing aircraft with unusual configurations. However, as designs became faster and heavier, dedicated runways were added along the basin's edges. These runways offered reinforced surfaces capable of handling repeated landings without erosion. Construction followed the same restrained approach observed throughout the site. Materials were transported gradually, shaped into long, smooth paths that integrated with the existing terrain. Their placement preserved the openness of the basin, allowing aircraft to operate without visual or physical obstruction. Service roads formed the next component of the growing infrastructure. As more buildings appeared around the lake bed, connecting routes became essential. Engineers designed these roads to align with natural land contours, reducing the need for extensive grading. Their gentle curves followed the terrain, helping maintain the desert's quiet atmosphere. Vehicles moved along these paths at steady speeds, transporting tools, equipment, and materials between different sectors. The road network expanded slowly, forming a pattern that mirrored the site's overall emphasis on order and simplicity. Maintenance facilities also increased in number and complexity. Early maintenance bays were equipped for basic tasks, but new aircraft introduced systems requiring specialized handling. Some designs demanded climate-controlled environments to protect sensitive materials. Others required workshops capable of supporting advanced diagnostic equipment. Planners positioned these buildings with precision, ensuring they remained accessible while not disrupting established traffic patterns. Their appearance remained understated, blending with the muted tones of the desert. Over time, the maintenance sector developed into a well-organized cluster that supported a broad range of technical needs. Fuel storage areas were expanded as well. High-performance aircraft consumed fuel at different rates compared to earlier models, prompting the addition of dedicated storage tanks. These installations were placed at safe distances from primary structures, connected through well-defined routes that allowed for controlled distribution. Safety protocols guided the design of these areas. Tanks were shielded by natural terrain features when possible, using small ridges to reduce exposure and improve stability. The result was a configuration that balanced functional necessity with the site's long-standing emphasis on discrete integration. Living quarters underwent gradual improvement as personnel numbers increased. Early accommodations were simple, reflecting the limited size of initial programs. As more specialists arrived, housing areas expanded to include additional units, communal spaces, and support buildings. These structures prioritized practicality and comfort without extravagance. They provided shelter from extreme temperatures and offered quiet places for rest, aligning with the calm environment surrounding the facility. Landscaping was minimal, consisting mainly of paths and small open areas that maintained the desert's natural character. Communication systems formed another crucial aspect of the infrastructure's growth. New antenna arrays and relay stations were constructed to handle higher data volumes associated with advanced research. These systems ensured that information flowed smoothly across the site, connecting operational sectors with analytical teams. The placement of communication equipment followed a logical pattern, optimizing coverage without overwhelming the landscape. Tall structures were used sparingly, only when necessary to maintain contact across long distances. At night, their lights remained dim, preserving the muted appearance of the region. Environmental management strategies evolved as activity increased. Planners recognized the need to protect the stability of the lakebed and surrounding terrain. Drainage channels were introduced to direct runoff during rare rainfall events, preventing erosion or standing water. These channels were shallow and unobtrusive, designed to blend with the natural topography. Dust control measures were also implemented along high traffic areas. Watering routines reduced airborne particles, ensuring visibility remained clear and equipment functioned properly. These interventions preserved the integrity of the environment while supporting ongoing operations. Storage facilities expanded to accommodate larger inventories of parts, tools, and analytical equipment. Warehouses were constructed in neat rows along the site's periphery, each building designed to maintain stable internal conditions. Their arrangement allowed for efficient organization and retrieval. The design of these structures emphasized functionality: wide doors for easy access, tall ceilings for large components, and open interiors adaptable to evolving needs. Despite their size, they remained visually unobtrusive, maintaining the subdued aesthetic that defined the region. As part of this infrastructural evolution, new observation stations were added at strategic points. These stations allowed personnel to monitor flight activity, collect environmental data, and oversee ground operations from elevated vantage points. Their placement reflected careful consideration of sightlines and accessibility. Each station provided a wide view of the basin without disrupting operational flows. The architecture remained simple, constructed with materials that blended naturally with the desert environment. Their quiet presence contributed to the orderly expansion of the site. Over time, Groom Lake developed a network of interconnected systems that supported complex missions with consistency. Infrastructure grew not through sudden transformation, but through incremental changes that respected the site's natural rhythm. Each addition reinforced the sense of calm and precision that had defined earlier operations. Buildings, runways, and support structures appeared in balanced lines, forming a cohesive layout that reflected decades of adaptation. Despite significant expansion, the environment retained its quiet character, shaped by the desert's stability and the methodical approach used in every aspect of development. As Groom Lake's operational capacity increased, energy systems grew to support the expanding network of buildings and equipment. Early generators had been sufficient for minimal needs, but new programs required stronger and more reliable power sources. Additional units were installed in structured intervals, forming a grid that balanced demand across the site. These installations remained modest in appearance, placed at distances that reduced noise and heat concentration. Their steady output enabled research teams to maintain consistent routines, ensuring that testing and analysis could proceed without interruption. To complement the expanded power network, electrical lines were routed underground whenever possible. This approach preserved the clean appearance of the facility while protecting cables from environmental wear. Subsurface channels were carefully mapped, creating a system that allowed technicians to access key points without disrupting surface activity. The methodical design ensured that repairs or upgrades could be performed quietly, aligning with the site's broader emphasis on steady, unobtrusive development. Over time, this grid became an essential foundation for the increasingly complex programs conducted at Groom Lake. Water systems also evolved. Though the desert offered few natural sources, planners implemented storage tanks and controlled distribution networks to support personnel needs, cooling systems, and certain maintenance operations. These tanks were placed near natural rock formations that shielded them from direct sunlight. Their positioning reduced evaporation and helped maintain consistent temperature levels. Pipelines were routed along low visibility corridors, keeping their presence discreet. As usage patterns stabilized, the system became more efficient, allowing the facility to function smoothly despite its remote location. Logistical operations expanded in parallel with these utilities. Supply routes were refined to accommodate increasing shipments of equipment and materials. Distribution centers were established on the outskirts of the facility, acting as staging points for incoming goods. Trucks traveled along designated paths that minimized dust dispersion and avoided sensitive areas. Deliveries followed predictable schedules, ensuring that workflow remained orderly. The efficiency of these logistical routines allowed research programs to continue without delay, supported by a steady flow of components and resources. Storage requirements grew as well. Some programs demanded large containers for holding test articles, while others needed temperature-controlled spaces for sensitive materials. To accommodate these needs, new storage buildings were constructed with insulated walls and modular interiors. These structures were arranged in symmetrical rows, creating an organized environment where items could be cataloged and retrieved with ease. The arrangement of storage units mirrored the site's overall design principles: clarity, simplicity, and smooth integration with surrounding structures. Support for advanced technical operations required the addition of specialized laboratories. These labs focused on material analysis, sensor calibration, and environmental simulations. Each laboratory was designed with interior systems that maintained stable conditions, including controlled airflow, precise lighting, and isolation chambers for delicate components. Exterior designs remained consistent with the facility's understated aesthetic, the buildings blended into the desert environment, allowing the site to maintain its visual continuity while increasing its technical capabilities. As laboratory work expanded, data management became increasingly important. New communication lines were added to support the transfer of information between testing areas and analysis centers. Digital storage systems were installed to handle growing volumes of flight data, imagery, and sensor readings. These systems operated quietly within controlled environments, ensuring that sensitive information could be preserved and accessed as needed. Over time, the data infrastructure became an internal backbone for program development, supporting long-term studies and detailed evaluations. Personnel facilities also continued to mature. Dining halls, rest areas, and administrative buildings were updated to accommodate a larger workforce. Designers maintained a restrained approach, prioritizing comfort without altering the quiet atmosphere of the region. Interiors emphasized functional layouts, allowing occupants to move through daily routines without distraction. Exteriors matched the muted tones of other structures, preserving the aesthetic consistency across the base. As more specialists joined the site, these improvements ensured that living and working conditions remained balanced. Airfield operations expanded in response to new aircraft designs. Additional taxiways connected runways with maintenance bays, creating clear routes for moving aircraft across the facility. These taxiways followed smooth curves and gentle gradients, reducing the strain on landing gear and supporting efficient ground operations. Markings were applied sparingly, using colors that remained visible without disrupting the subdued landscape. Over time, the airfield developed into a coordinated network that allowed multiple programs to operate simultaneously. Environmental monitoring stations were introduced as part of the infrastructure's evolution. These stations collected data on temperature, humidity, wind speed, and airborne particulates. Their instruments operated quietly, providing continuous readings that helped researchers understand how natural conditions influenced testing. The stations were placed in unobtrusive positions around the lake bed, each offering a different perspective on the desert environment. Together, they formed a network that supported both research operations and long-term studies of the region's climate. Security infrastructure expanded in parallel. Fencing, checkpoints, and surveillance systems were added carefully, ensuring that each new measure supported operational needs without overwhelming the landscape. The placement of these elements followed logical patterns based on terrain features and access routes. Security buildings were spaced evenly along perimeters, blending into the surroundings with muted exterior colors. Their role was functional rather than imposing, designed to maintain order while preserving the base's understated character. Vehicle maintenance areas grew to handle a broader range of equipment. These zones included inspection bays, repair stations, and storage lots for ground vehicles used throughout the facility. Routines in these areas followed clear procedures to minimize noise and maintain safety. Tools and parts were organized systematically to support efficient workflow. Even as vehicle fleets expanded, the region retained its calm environment due to the controlled nature of operations. Internal transport networks continued to develop, linking various sectors of the site through well-maintained routes. Small transport vehicles moved personnel between buildings during peak operational periods. Their consistent schedules helped maintain a steady flow of movement, reducing crowding and ensuring that activities remained evenly distributed. These networks reinforced the sense of quiet order that characterized Groom Lake's infrastructure, supporting the broader goal of smooth and predictable operation across all levels of activity. Through these steady expansions, Groom Lake evolved into a comprehensive facility capable of supporting diverse research programs. Infrastructure grew in deliberate stages, with each new addition chosen to enhance functionality while preserving the desert's calm aesthetic. Runways, roads, storage areas, laboratories, and utilities integrated seamlessly, forming a cohesive environment shaped by decades of thoughtful planning. Despite the increasing complexity of operations, the site maintained its defining traits: quiet efficiency, measured growth, and an enduring commitment to order and stability. As Groom Lake continued to evolve, logistical planning became increasingly structured. Routes for moving equipment across the site were reviewed and refined at regular intervals. Designers mapped the terrain carefully, identifying long, level stretches suitable for transporting delicate components. Vehicles traveled these designated corridors at controlled speeds to minimize vibration, preserving the integrity of sensitive instruments. The result was a silent choreography of motion across the desert floor, where distance and timing worked together to support ongoing programs with minimal disruption. To maintain operational continuity, storage zones were arranged in a tiered system. The outermost areas held general supplies used for routine maintenance, while inner sectors contained items requiring stricter oversight. Each structure differed subtly in design, reflecting the specific environmental needs of its contents. Cooling units in some buildings ensured that temperature-sensitive materials remained stable. Other structures were insulated to guard against the desert's temperature swings. The placement of these buildings followed a pattern that balanced accessibility with the need for controlled access. Lighting across the facility developed into a carefully managed system. Instead of bright floodlights, planners opted for low-intensity illumination positioned at angles that reduced glare and prevented unnecessary visibility from distant ridges. Light sources were shielded to direct beams downward, emphasizing safety while preserving the quiet darkness characteristic of the region. This subtle approach helped create an environment that functioned efficiently at night without disturbing the calm atmosphere essential to the site's identity. Support for scientific analysis grew as new research bays were constructed. These areas were built with flexible interiors that allowed teams to adjust workspaces without altering structural elements. Workbenches, instrument racks, and monitoring stations could be rearranged smoothly as projects evolved. Ventilation systems filtered particulates from the air, maintaining a stable environment where precision measurements could be performed. The steady hum of these systems became a familiar backdrop, a quiet indication of ongoing activity behind closed doors. As aircraft testing expanded, fuel infrastructure was updated to meet evolving needs. Additional storage tanks were constructed using materials suited to the desert climate. These tanks were placed at measured distances from one another to ensure safety and reduce the risk of heat accumulation. Pipelines connecting the tanks to the airfield were laid underground, following routes mapped to avoid conflicting with other utility lines. Fuel delivery procedures were standardized to minimize noise and movement during nighttime operations, further preserving the sense of calm around the base. Communications equipment received similar attention. Transmission towers were installed on nearby ridges, chosen for their elevation and natural shielding. Antennae were shaped to blend subtly with the terrain, reducing their visual impact. These towers supported stable communication channels between flight crews, control centers, and monitoring stations. The system allowed information to flow quietly and consistently, providing the foundation for coordinated flight activity across restricted airspace. Despite the complexity of the technology involved, the network operated with an understated presence that matched the facility's restrained aesthetic. Emergency response capabilities expanded in parallel. Specialized buildings were added to house equipment for dealing with fires, medical needs, or environmental hazards. These structures included controlled air systems and protective gear stored in marked compartments. Response routes were laid out with precision, offering direct paths across the site while avoiding congested areas. Regular training ensured that personnel could navigate these routes smoothly, maintaining preparedness without introducing unnecessary noise or disruption into daily operations. Attention also turned to environmental stability. Wind studies informed the placement of barriers that reduced sand accumulation along key pathways. These barriers, constructed from simple materials, were positioned to deflect gusts rather than obstruct them entirely. Their presence helped maintain clear roadways and minimized the need for frequent maintenance. Temperature sensors installed around the lakebed allowed researchers to track seasonal shifts, guiding decisions about when to schedule certain tests. In this way, the natural environment became part of the planning process, shaping the rhythm of operations. Housing facilities adapted as the workforce grew. Modular living quarters were added incrementally, each designed for comfort without luxury. Interiors relied on muted tones, low lighting, and simple layouts that encouraged rest between shifts. Exterior colors were chosen to blend with the desert's pale earth, maintaining visual harmony across the site. Pathways between quarters and work areas followed gentle slopes, allowing personnel to move easily from one area to another without drawing attention to their presence. As a whole, the living environment cultivated a sense of quiet stability. As testing expanded, sound monitoring became increasingly important. Arrays of acoustic sensors were placed around the facility to measure the impact of engine runs and other mechanical activity. Data from these sensors helped planners schedule operations during periods when atmospheric conditions reduced noise propagation. Such adjustments allowed programs to continue while preserving the broader stillness of the region. Over time, sound management became as integral to the site as air traffic control or logistics planning. Maintenance procedures for large structures also developed into a consistent routine. teams inspected building exteriors for signs of thermal expansion or erosion, recording even minor variations for future reference. Protective coatings were applied periodically to help structures withstand constant exposure to sunlight and wind. These maintenance cycles ensured that buildings remained functional and unobtrusive, supporting decades of continuous use without drawing attention through visible wear. Transportation hubs within the facility grew to coordinate the movement of personnel and supplies. Small shuttle vehicles followed programmed routes that minimized overlap and reduced traffic along primary pathways. Waiting areas were enclosed and temperature controlled to protect passengers from desert extremes. Schedules were posted in clear, understated formats, and departures took place with quiet regularity. The system reinforced the orderly flow of activity that defined Groom Lake's operations. Storage and handling of specialized equipment required new training programs. Technicians learned to manage delicate instruments with methods that reduced vibration, static discharge, and environmental exposure. Tools were organized in custom compartments, and handling procedures were standardized to ensure consistency across teams. These protocols allowed the facility to maintain high reliability standards, even as the complexity of projects increased. As Groom Lake expanded, every addition, whether structural, procedural, or technological, was integrated with deliberate care. Rather than overwhelming the landscape, each component strengthened the foundation of ongoing research. Buildings, pathways, and support systems formed a coherent whole, shaped by decades of gradual refinement. Through this steady progression, the facility achieved a balance between operational capability and the quiet atmosphere that defined its presence in the Nevada desert. During the facility's early expansion, research practices gradually shifted from improvised routines to structured protocols designed for long-term stability. The isolated environment provided a natural buffer from outside interference, but it also required a dependable internal framework. To address this, planners designed a system where every phase of study, observation, preparation, examination, and storage followed a predictable sequence. This helped ensure that each project unfolded with minimal interruption, regardless of its complexity. Over time, these procedures became the foundation of Groom Lake's operational identity, guiding how all materials and technologies were handled. In the beginning, analysis rooms were simple spaces, equipped with standard tools and adjustable work surfaces. As new programs emerged, these rooms were modified to include stabilizing supports, vibration dampening bases, and controlled lighting. Researchers found that consistent illumination reduced shadows that could affect precise measurements, while reinforced flooring minimized subtle tremors from nearby activity. The environment became a place of quiet concentration, where each detail was arranged to support meticulous observation. Movements were purposeful and measured, reinforcing the calm atmosphere essential for careful study. As the range of materials broadened, the need for specialized classification protocols grew. Items arriving at the research bays were placed into categories based on durability, reactivity, and temperature sensitivity. Each category was associated with a specific handling method, ensuring that every piece was treated according to its properties. Labels were intentionally simple, using numeric designations rather than descriptive terms. This prevented assumptions and allowed researchers to approach each item with an open, methodical mindset. Over time, these labels formed an internal language understood by all who worked on the site. Environmental control systems expanded alongside these protocols. Air handling units introduced filtered airflow to maintain stable conditions, preventing dust or temperature fluctuations from affecting measurements. Humidity levels were kept within narrow ranges to protect delicate surfaces. Monitoring equipment tracked conditions throughout the day, ensuring that any deviation was addressed quickly. The gentle, constant sound of these systems became one of the defining features of the research bays, merging seamlessly with the calm stillness of the desert environment outside. Storage procedures evolved into a layered method where items moved through a sequence of containment levels. Initial placement occurred in open bays, equipped with broad tables for preliminary study. From there, items were transferred to controlled cabinets made of materials chosen for their neutral conductivity. Finally, long-term storage chambers housed the most sensitive materials in a regulated atmosphere. These chambers were built with insulated walls, soft lighting, and minimal internal structures, allowing the environment to support preservation without interference. Every movement into or out of these rooms followed a smooth, deliberate pattern. Instrument calibration became an essential daily routine. Measurement devices were checked at the beginning and end of each shift, ensuring precision remained consistent across all projects. Scales, sensors, and analytical tools were cleaned with non-reactive solutions, then placed in secure racks designed to maintain alignment. This routine contributed to the site's sense of rhythm, creating a dependable structure that supported quiet, uninterrupted work. Personnel quickly learned that the stability of the research process depended as much on these small rituals as on the larger systems guiding the facility. To maintain order among the expanding research archive, documentation protocols were introduced. Observations were recorded in concise, neutral language, avoiding speculation and focusing solely on measurable characteristics. Notes were stored in secure cabinets, organized chronologically. This created a continuous record of each item's history, from arrival through examination and eventual storage. Researchers were encouraged to review earlier entries before beginning new analyses, ensuring that all work aligned with previously documented information. Over time, these collected records formed a coherent narrative of the facility's development. Movement within the research wings followed predetermined paths, marked by subtle indicators along the floor. These paths were designed to reduce unnecessary crossing and to maintain distance between active work zones. By guiding foot traffic effortlessly, the system reduced the possibility of disturbances and preserved the quiet, orderly environment. Personnel became accustomed to the soft glow of these markers, allowing them to navigate with calm precision even during low-light operations. The integration of new equipment required additional preparation. When unfamiliar instruments arrived, they were placed first in evaluation rooms where technicians examined their components. verified structural integrity, and ensured compatibility with existing systems. Only after passing these checks were the instruments transferred into active bays. This phased approach supported continuity and prevented unexpected disruptions. It also reinforced a measured pace of operation that aligned with the facility's broader ethos of deliberate, careful progress. Safety protocols developed in tandem with research practices. Protective garments were stored in sealed compartments near each bay, allowing personnel to prepare efficiently without breaking the quiet ambiance. Emergency procedures emphasized calm, steady movements, ensuring that even rapid responses maintained the facility's subdued character. These protocols were rehearsed periodically in simulation rooms designed to replicate actual work environments. Through repetition, personnel internalized each step, contributing to the smooth and predictable workflow essential to the site. Coordination between departments relied on a network of discrete communication channels. Instead of loudspeakers or alarms, the facility used low-tone signals and indicator lights to convey information. These methods supported the tranquil atmosphere while ensuring that essential messages reached the necessary teams. The communication system allowed researchers to remain focused, undisturbed by abrupt interruptions. It also reinforced the sense of continuity, connecting all areas of the site. As Groom Lake's research capacity increased, so did the need for refined analysis methods. Standardized procedures outlined how materials should be examined, recorded, and preserved. Temperature charts guided the pace of thermal evaluations, while optical tests followed sequences calibrated to reveal structural patterns. Each method unfolded with patient precision, maintaining a tranquil pace that encouraged attentiveness without strain. Within this framework, personnel learned to observe subtle details that might otherwise escape notice. These early protocols formed the backbone of all subsequent research activities. They provided consistency across a wide range of projects while allowing flexibility for future developments. Through calm repetition and careful refinement, Groom Lake evolved into a place where methodical study guided every action. The steady rhythm of its research practices created an atmosphere distinct from any typical laboratory environment. A quiet, controlled space designed to support long-term work with clarity and focus. As research activities advanced, the facility gradually transitioned from basic observational routines to more structured analytical procedures. Each new phase introduced subtle refinements that shaped the overall methodology. Examination rooms were recalibrated to achieve greater uniformity in temperature, reducing sudden fluctuations that could influence delicate measurements. Soft illumination replaced earlier lighting systems, providing a gentle glow that minimized shadows and created a consistent visual field. These adjustments helped standardize the environment across all research bays, allowing for more dependable results and reinforcing the calm rhythm that defined the facility's workflow. To support increased precision, researchers developed a series of layered analysis techniques. Initial assessments focused on general characteristics such as density, surface structure, and response to controlled environmental changes. These observations were recorded in succinct, neutral language that emphasized measurable traits over interpretation. Once completed, the items were moved to secondary bays, equipped with specialized instruments designed for more detailed analysis. Here, technicians worked with optical arrays, contour mapping tools, and energy distribution monitors that provided deeper insight into material behavior without altering the items themselves. The entire process unfolded gradually, with each stage building on prior documentation. Isolation practices became central to the research model. Certain objects were placed inside containment units that provided stable internal conditions. These units were fitted with observation panels made of transparent, non-reflective material. Researchers could examine the objects without exposing them to external variables such as humidity or airborne particles. Over time, the units grew more advanced, incorporating internal temperature modulation and vibration suppression. Their presence allowed studies to continue even when broader environmental conditions fluctuated outside, maintaining smooth continuity across long-term projects. Workflows within the research wings were shaped by predictable routines. Personnel entered the bays through designated preparation rooms, where they adjusted to the controlled environment. Garments designed for minimal static buildup were stored in recessed compartments, and researchers donned them in a quiet, practiced sequence. Tools were arranged in orderly trays, each item positioned for easy access. These preparations ensured that once inside the main bay, every movement could remain focused and unhurried. The consistency of these routines helped preserve the tranquil atmosphere and minimized the risk of accidental disturbances. As analytical tools evolved, calibration protocols expanded. Instruments sensitive to small variations required more frequent checks. Technicians followed step-by-step guides, posted in low-contrast displays on the walls. Laser alignment systems were adjusted with fine controls, and optical lenses were cleaned with soft cloths treated to reduce static. Each calibration ended with confirmation on a central monitor that tracked instrument stability over time. This continuous verification allowed researchers to rely on highly consistent readings, reinforcing the reliability of the data produced and supporting long-term studies that depended on exact measurements. Documentation practices also became more refined. Instead of broad descriptions, entries adopted a modular structure. Observations were divided into categories such as structural integrity, thermal response, and luminescent behavior under controlled lighting. Each category contained concise statements supported by numeric data. These entries were archived in secured cabinets, arranged chronologically. Over time, the records expanded into a dense history of the facility's evolving research methods. Researchers consulted earlier volumes to identify subtle patterns or confirm baseline behavior. The archive became a silent companion to active studies, guiding decisions with a calm, steady presence. Movement between bays reflected the same deliberate pace. Soft indicators along the floor marked routes optimized to reduce overlapping traffic. Researchers moved in single direction flows, ensuring that unnecessary crossings were avoided. Equipment carts glided along these pathways on noise-dampened wheels, carrying instruments from preparation rooms to active workstations. The quiet operation of these carts became part of the facility's daily rhythm, their gentle motion reinforcing the sense of order and minimizing acoustic disturbances during sensitive measurements. Refinements in material handling followed the same philosophy of calm precision. Items were transferred using cushioned grips that distributed weight evenly, reducing localized pressure points. When necessary, lifting frames suspended objects from adjustable mounts that allowed researchers to examine undersides without repositioning them manually. This minimized the risk of small impacts and maintained a steady workflow. All handling procedures were rehearsed regularly in simulation rooms where personnel practiced coordinated movements under controlled conditions. These rehearsals created muscle memory that supported the tranquil pace of real operations. Environmental monitoring systems expanded to support these protocols. Sensors measured air purity, temperature gradients, and light levels throughout the research wings. Data was collected automatically and displayed on peripheral screens in a subdued format that avoided drawing attention. When a reading drifted outside acceptable ranges, quiet alerts informed technicians who made adjustments with smooth, measured actions. This system maintained the stability of the environment without disrupting the calm focus of ongoing research. As the facility's projects diversified, new analytical spaces were introduced. Some rooms were dedicated to non-invasive techniques, such as spectral analysis or resonance mapping, while others supported controlled interaction tests. The design of each space emphasized flexibility, allowing researchers to adapt configurations for new assignments. Panels along the walls contained recessed connection points for instruments, enabling rapid rearrangement without compromising the clean, uncluttered atmosphere. These adaptable layouts ensured that the evolving needs of the research could be met without sacrificing the controlled environment cultivated over years of refinement. Coordination between different research teams followed an understated communication model. Instead of verbal announcements, information moved through written updates placed in designated exchange areas. These documents, printed in low-contrast ink, provided summaries of new findings, procedural changes, or equipment availability. Researchers reviewed them at the beginning of each shift, integrating any adjustments into their workflow. The method minimized interruptions and preserved the uninterrupted quiet of the bays. Even transport of larger items adhered to controlled protocols. Specialized trolleys, equipped with suspension systems, carried objects across smooth, reinforced walkways. Personnel guided them with steady, coordinated movements, ensuring predictable motion free from sudden shifts. When objects required relocation to long-term storage, the process followed a multi-step sequence involving initial stabilization, secondary verification, and final placement inside insulated containment chambers. Each step unfolded with patient consistency, maintaining the steady rhythm crucial to the broader research practices. Over time, these refined procedures created a cohesive operational environment. The combination of stable conditions, measured movements, and clear documentation ensured that each research phase flowed seamlessly into the next. Every improvement, whether small or structural, aligned with the facility's overarching philosophy: to allow work to progress with clarity, calmness, and precision. By reinforcing this atmosphere, Groom Lake transformed into a research environment defined not by urgency, but by steady, controlled study that unfolded quietly across years of continuous refinement. As procedures matured across the research wings, attention gradually shifted toward the development of training systems that would ensure continuity for decades to come. Personnel entering the facility were introduced to a curriculum that emphasized slow, deliberate movement and careful adherence to each protocol. Instruction began in dedicated orientation rooms where ambient lighting and subdued tones helped familiarize newcomers with the facility's calm environment. Instead of lectures, training relied on quiet demonstrations, allowing learners to observe the procedural rhythm before attempting each task themselves. This method encouraged a sense of consistency that aligned naturally with the facility's operational character. Over time, the training process became more structured. New personnel practiced material handling techniques using neutral objects designed to simulate the weight, texture, and balance of sensitive items. These practice sessions unfolded in silence, broken only by the gentle sound of instruments being placed on padded surfaces. Trainees learned to coordinate with one another through subtle gestures rather than verbal communication, reinforcing an atmosphere where calm focus guided every action. When their movements reached the facility's standard, they transitioned into supervised work within the active bays, gradually integrating into the broader research workflow. As the workforce expanded, periodic reassessments of procedure ensured that all personnel maintained the same level of precision. These evaluations took place in review rooms where researchers repeated a sequence of standard tasks under observation. The aim was not to critique individual performance, but to preserve uniformity across the team. Even slight variations in technique were addressed gently, reinforcing the shared understanding that consistency was essential to the reliability of the research environment. These reassessments also served as opportunities to introduce updates when protocols evolved. Comparative methodology emerged as another important element of the maturing research program. Earlier protocols were reviewed alongside newer ones to determine whether refinements in observation or measurement offered meaningful improvements. These comparisons were conducted quietly in documentation chambers where archived notes were placed beside recent entries. Researchers examined the structural layout of past studies, noting the evolution of analytical techniques and identifying methods that could strengthen current practice. This iterative process ensured that the facility's procedures grew with purpose, maintaining the clarity of earlier approaches while embracing the advantages of careful refinement. To support long-term projects, the concept of operational cycles was introduced. Rather than structuring activities around rigid daily schedules, cycles were designed to follow the natural progression of the research itself. Each cycle consisted of observation, adjustment, measurement, and review. The duration varied depending on the nature of the material, allowing work to proceed without unnecessary haste. These cycles promoted a gradual, continuous approach in which changes were implemented only when conditions were optimal. Over time, the cycles shaped the facility's internal rhythm, guiding personnel toward a steady, unbroken pace that defined the research environment. With growing collections of documented studies, the need for organized archival systems increased. Records were transferred to a central repository built with temperature and humidity controls to protect the delicate materials. The archive was arranged using a simple classification system that grouped documents by procedural category rather than by project identity. This method allowed researchers to trace the evolution of specific techniques across different periods. Indexing tables made retrieval efficient, ensuring that insights gained from earlier work remained accessible to support future developments. Over the years, this repository became a silent chronicle of expanding knowledge. To enhance coordination between research teams, a network of shared reference boards was created. These boards displayed concise, procedural notes, updated at regular intervals. Instead of lengthy explanations, each board presented essential information in a calm, minimalist format. Researchers could quickly understand changes without interrupting their workflow. Because the boards were placed at transitions between bays, they became an unobtrusive link between departments, allowing information to circulate smoothly while preserving the quiet environment within the research areas. Operational planning also extended to the management of time. Schedules were adjusted to ensure that activities requiring higher illumination or increased movement occurred during periods when the ambient temperature made the facility most stable. Conversely, tasks involving sensitive measurements were performed when environmental fluctuations were minimal. These carefully planned intervals helped create a sense of gentle continuity across the research wings. Personnel grew accustomed to the subtle cues that signaled each phase, such as a shift in lighting tone or a change in the airflow pattern, allowing them to move naturally through the day's progression. A collaborative approach further strengthened research consistency. Teams working on related analytical tasks met periodically in low-light conference alcoves where diagrams and procedural charts were displayed on softly illuminated surfaces. These meetings were conducted in quiet tones, focusing on integrating observations across different branches of study. Discussions emphasized alignment rather than debate, reinforcing the idea that research evolved most effectively through measured refinement rather than abrupt shifts. The collaborative model ensured that the facility's knowledge base expanded cohesively, supporting both immediate projects and long-term objectives. The development of quality assurance systems added another layer of stability. Review teams conducted scheduled evaluations of equipment accuracy, procedural alignment, and environmental consistency. These evaluations were performed with the same calm deliberation characteristic of daily research. Tools were checked against reference standards, while procedural sequences were observed to ensure smooth compliance. Any adjustments were implemented gradually, preserving continuity while addressing emerging needs. Over time, quality assurance became an integral part of the cycle of research, reinforcing the reliability of results generated within the facility. Long-term observation programs offered additional insight into the behavior of certain materials, These programs relied on extended periods of monitoring rather than rapid experimentation. Researchers recorded slow changes in structure, coloration, or response to mild environmental shifts. The quiet nature of this work aligned naturally with the facility's tranquil atmosphere. Over months or years, these observations created comprehensive temporal profiles that provided valuable context for other analytical methods. By blending immediate measurements with long-term tracking, the facility established a balanced understanding of each item's characteristics. As research practices matured, the facility's procedural identity became firmly established. Every movement, observation, and adjustment followed a gentle, consistent pattern supported by carefully refined methods. The cumulative effect of training, documentation, evaluation, and collaboration created an environment where each action fit seamlessly into the broader system. The structured calm that defined Groom Lake's research operations emerged not from strict rigidity, but from the quiet alignment of countless small refinements developed over time. As research across the facility expanded, attention gradually shifted toward the development of controlled environments intended for the study of biological materials. These materials, arriving in sealed containers designed to stabilize internal conditions, required a different set of procedures from those used for structural or mechanical items. To accommodate this need, dedicated biological wings were established, each engineered to maintain a quiet, regulated atmosphere suitable for long-term examination. The design philosophy mirrored that of earlier research areas, deliberate, measured, and focused on preserving stability. The biological wings were arranged as a sequence of chambers separated by airlocks. These transitional spaces ensured that each environment remained isolated from external fluctuations. Personnel entering the first chamber adjusted to the controlled airflow, allowing particulate levels and temperature to stabilize before moving further. Soft lighting illuminated the path without casting harsh reflections, preserving a sense of calm as researchers prepared for their tasks. This entire sequence unfolded silently, reinforcing the measured pace that defined the facility's broader operations. Inside the main chambers, examination tables were positioned at generous distances from one another. Each table featured adjustable supports that allowed for precise positioning of samples without requiring excessive handling. The surfaces were coated with materials resistant to temperature variation, ensuring that contact with the table did not alter the condition of the items under study. A series of overhead instruments delivered gentle, diffused illumination that made subtle details easier to observe while preserving the tranquil ambiance of the room. Environmental control systems were central to the operation of the biological wings. Airflow was filtered through layered purification units that removed particulate matter and stabilized humidity. Temperature regulation operated within narrow parameters, ensuring that fluctuations remained minimal even during extended study sessions. These systems functioned quietly in the background, creating a steady atmospheric consistency that allowed researchers to focus on gradual changes in their samples. The low hum of integrated equipment became part of the wing's distinctive character, blending seamlessly into the quiet environment. Observation protocols were structured to emphasize methodical progression. Researchers documented initial conditions upon opening each container, noting characteristics such as coloration, texture, and stability. Measurements were taken using non-invasive instruments designed to minimize disturbance. Calibrated optical devices provided magnified views, while spectral monitors assessed subtle shifts in composition without direct contact. Each step was performed with patient precision, ensuring that early observations established a clear reference for later analysis. Once initial documentation was complete, samples were placed in observation modules designed for long-term study. These modules resembled transparent chambers supported by vibration-dampening bases. Each module allowed for continuous monitoring under stable conditions, making it possible to track gradual changes over extended periods. Adjustable illumination panels within the modules provided low-intensity light calibrated to avoid influencing the sample's behavior. Researchers could observe the materials through the transparent surfaces without altering the internal environment. Isolation practices were essential to maintaining the integrity of these studies. Materials were handled with tools designed to distribute pressure evenly, reducing the chance of structural alteration when movement was necessary. Adjustable frames gently supported each sample as it transitioned between workstations. Personnel wore garments crafted from materials that minimized static buildup, ensuring that even incidental contact would not affect sensitive surfaces. These practices reflected the facility's broader commitment to preserving the unaltered state of all research items. Documentation in the biological wings followed a carefully structured format. Observations were recorded at regular intervals using concise, neutral language. Each entry focused on measurable characteristics such as dimensional changes, environmental responses, or interactions with controlled stimuli. Researchers avoided interpretive terminology, instead allowing the gradual accumulation of data to reveal stable patterns. Over time, these records formed detailed timelines that provided valuable insight into each sample's long-term behavior. To prevent disruptions to the research environment, communication within the biological wings relied on subtle visual indicators. Monitors displayed procedural updates in soft tones, while small indicator lights signaled changes in environmental conditions. This quiet communication model allowed researchers to remain focused on their studies without sudden acoustic interruptions. The consistency of this approach reflected the broader philosophy of the facility, where calm continuity supported all research activities. Storage protocols evolved to meet the unique requirements of biological materials. Specialized containment units were developed to house samples between observation sessions. These units maintained controlled temperature and humidity while shielding the materials from vibration and stray illumination. Placement within these units followed a structured sequence, ensuring that each sample remained in an environment tailored to its specific preservation needs. Over time, a layered storage system emerged, allowing researchers to access current or archived samples with smooth efficiency. Support laboratories adjacent to the main wings played an important role in preparing tools and calibrating instruments. Technicians worked in these labs to ensure that each piece of equipment met precise operational standards. Cleaning procedures were designed to avoid chemical residue, using solutions selected for their neutrality. Once prepared, tools were arranged in orderly compartments within the main chambers, allowing researchers to select items with minimal movement. This preparation contributed to the steady workflow that characterized the facility. As studies expanded in scope, long-term monitoring became increasingly important. Some samples required observation across extended intervals, with changes occurring so gradually that they could be detected only through meticulous comparison. To assist with this, time-lapse recording systems captured subtle variations in structure, coloration, or compositional markers. These recordings were stored in the central archive and reviewed periodically alongside written documentation. The integration of the visual and written records provided a comprehensive understanding of each sample's progression over time. Environmental stability remained a guiding priority. Sensors throughout the biological wings measured microvariations that could influence delicate samples. Information from these sensors fed into a centralized monitoring grid that adjusted airflow, humidity, and illumination as needed. The system operated with minimal noise, blending into the quiet presence of the facility. Researchers relied on these adjustments to maintain confidence that the environment remained consistent throughout their work. As procedures matured, collaboration between biological and analytical departments increased. Shared review sessions allowed teams to compare structural and biological findings, identifying potential connections between materials handled in different wings. These meetings took place in softly illuminated alcoves designed to maintain the calm atmosphere characteristic of the facility. Coordinated insights enhanced understanding across departments, supporting a broader research framework that integrated multiple disciplines. Through these measured practices, the biological wings developed into a stable, quiet environment where long-term study could unfold with clarity and precision. Every element, from environmental controls to documentation protocols, supported a consistent rhythm that aligned with the facility's overarching identity. The tranquil atmosphere allowed researchers to observe subtle changes across extended periods, creating a deeper understanding of the materials in their care. As biological research continued within the facility, greater emphasis was placed on temporal consistency and longitudinal observation. Rather than focusing on immediate outcomes, researchers adopted extended study windows designed to reveal gradual patterns over time. This approach required patience and a carefully maintained environment where conditions remained stable, not just for hours or days, but for months or even years. The facility's infrastructure supported this method by ensuring uninterrupted environmental control, allowing biological materials to exist within a constant frame of reference. Observation schedules were aligned with these extended timelines. Researchers recorded changes at evenly spaced intervals, creating sequences that could be compared without distortion from irregular measurement gaps. Each observation followed the same procedural steps, ensuring that variations reflected natural progression rather than differences in technique. This repetition fostered familiarity with the process, allowing researchers to move through their tasks with quiet confidence and minimal distraction. Over time, the steady cadence of these routines reinforced the calm atmosphere of the biological wings. Lighting strategies evolved to support long-term studies. Instead of maintaining a fixed illumination level, adjustable cycles were introduced to simulate subtle environmental rhythms. These cycles operated gradually, shifting brightness almost imperceptibly over extended periods. The intention was not to provoke reaction, but to observe whether biological materials responded to slow changes in ambient conditions. These lighting adjustments unfolded so gently that they blended seamlessly into the background, preserving the tranquil setting essential for sustained focus. Temperature modulation followed a similar philosophy. Rather than abrupt changes, micro adjustments were applied in controlled increments. Sensors detected minute fluctuations and corrected them smoothly, ensuring that internal conditions remained within narrow thresholds. This precise regulation minimized stress on biological materials, allowing their natural characteristics to emerge without interference. Researchers relied on this stability to interpret long-term data with confidence, knowing that environmental influence had been carefully moderated. As study durations increased, data management systems were refined to accommodate growing volumes of information. Observations were stored in layered archives that organized records by time, category, and procedural context. This structure allowed researchers to trace developments across extended periods without revisiting earlier stages unnecessarily. Digital records complemented written documentation, providing visual representations of change that could be reviewed quietly at any point. The archive became a calm repository of accumulated knowledge, supporting reflective analysis rather than immediate interpretation. Sample rotation protocols were introduced to maintain consistency across observation modules. Biological materials were repositioned within their containment units at scheduled intervals to ensure uniform exposure to environmental conditions. These movements were performed with careful precision, guided by calibrated supports that minimized handling. Each rotation followed a standardized sequence, allowing researchers to maintain alignment across multiple samples. This practice reduced variability and supported the clarity of long-term comparisons. Instrument sensitivity received ongoing attention. Tools used for biological observation were calibrated to detect subtle changes without intruding upon the samples themselves. Non-invasive scanning methods were favored, relying on indirect measurement techniques that preserved structural integrity. Technicians maintained these instruments through gentle cleaning and routine verification, ensuring that readings remained consistent over extended study periods. The quiet maintenance of these tools contributed to the overall sense of stability within the biological wings. Spatial organization within the chambers evolved to support uninterrupted observation. Examination tables were arranged to minimize overlapping sight lines, reducing visual clutter and allowing researchers to focus on individual samples. Storage units were positioned along the perimeter, leaving central areas open and uncluttered. This layout encouraged a calm flow of movement and reinforced the facility's preference for simplicity. Each design choice served to reduce cognitive strain, supporting sustained attention during long observation sessions. As familiarity with the biological materials increased, researchers refined their documentation techniques. Notes emphasized continuity rather than isolated events, highlighting trends that emerged gradually. Language remained neutral and precise, avoiding speculation. Each entry built upon previous observations, creating a layered narrative that unfolded quietly over time. Researchers reviewed these records periodically, allowing patterns to become apparent without forcing conclusions. This method aligned with the facility's broader commitment to patient study. Coordination between observation teams relied on understated communication practices. Rather than frequent meetings, updates were shared through written summaries placed in designated review areas. These summaries provided concise overviews of recent developments, allowing teams to stay informed without disrupting their work. The absence of urgency in these communications reinforced the slow, deliberate pace of biological research. Information flowed steadily, supporting collaboration without introducing unnecessary pressure. Containment systems continued to evolve in response to extended study requirements. Materials were housed in chambers designed to support long-term stability with layered insulation and vibration isolation. Transparent panels allowed for continuous visual access while maintaining internal conditions. These chambers were integrated into the broader environmental control network, ensuring seamless regulation across the biological wings. The consistency of these systems allowed research to proceed uninterrupted, even as study durations lengthened. Long-term preservation strategies were developed for samples no longer in active observation. These strategies emphasized maintaining baseline conditions rather than halting biological processes entirely. Storage units were adjusted to sustain equilibrium, allowing materials to remain viable for future study. Placement within these units followed a methodical sequence, ensuring that each sample could be retrieved without disturbing others. This approach reflected the facility's emphasis on readiness and continuity. Periodic environmental reviews ensured that extended studies remained aligned with original parameters. Sensors provided continuous feedback on temperature, humidity, and air quality. When adjustments were needed, changes were applied gradually, to avoid abrupt transitions. This steady management allowed researchers to maintain confidence in the integrity of their observations. Over time, the environment itself became a stable participant in the research process, supporting consistency across all biological studies. As months passed, the accumulation of long-term data provided a deeper understanding of gradual biological change. Patterns emerged not through dramatic shifts, but through subtle progression recorded patiently over time. Researchers relied on the facility's calm structure to support this work, knowing that the absence of urgency allowed for clarity. The biological wings became spaces defined by quiet persistence, where observation unfolded at a pace aligned with natural rhythms. Through these continued refinements, the facility established a framework for biological study grounded in stability and patience. Every adjustment, from lighting cycles to data management, reinforced the principle that understanding develops through sustained attention. The calm environment supported both the materials under observation and the researchers who studied them, creating a setting where long-term insight could emerge naturally. As biological research matured within the facility, attention increasingly turned toward the integration of observation results into broader analytical frameworks. Rather than treating biological studies as isolated efforts, planners emphasized continuity between departments. This integration unfolded slowly, guided by procedures that preserved the calm rhythm of the research environment. Data from biological observation chambers was shared in controlled formats, allowing analytical teams to review findings without disrupting ongoing studies. This approach reinforced a sense of cohesion across the facility, where each discipline contributed quietly to a shared understanding. Review sessions were scheduled at extended intervals to avoid unnecessary interruption. During these sessions, summaries of biological observations were examined alongside environmental data collected from other research wings. The focus remained on identifying stable relationships rather than drawing immediate conclusions. Charts and tables displayed gradual changes over time, encouraging reflection rather than reaction. These sessions unfolded in softly lit rooms, designed to support concentration and restfulness, maintaining the tranquil atmosphere that characterized all facility operations. To support interdisciplinary consistency, standardized reference profiles were developed. These profiles outlined baseline characteristics observed under controlled conditions. Rather than labeling materials descriptively, profiles use neutral identifiers linked to measurable parameters. This ensured that comparisons remained grounded in observation rather than interpretation. Over time, the reference profiles became essential tools for aligning studies across different wings, allowing researchers to recognize continuity without introducing speculation into the documentation process. Environmental synchronization played an important role in maintaining comparability. Biological chambers, analytical bays, and storage areas were calibrated to similar baseline conditions whenever feasible. This alignment reduced the likelihood that observed differences resulted from environmental variation rather than intrinsic properties. Adjustments were implemented gradually, ensuring that transitions remained smooth and unobtrusive. The synchronization process reinforced the facility's overarching emphasis on stability, allowing long-term observations to be evaluated with confidence. As studies progressed, emphasis was placed on preserving the integrity of observation spaces. Maintenance routines were refined to occur during designated intervals when biological monitoring was least sensitive. Technicians moved through the wings with measured steps, performing inspections quietly and efficiently. Equipment servicing followed pre-planned sequences to minimize disturbance. These routines ensured that research environments remained consistent while supporting the longevity of critical systems. The quiet regularity of maintenance became part of the facility's predictable rhythm. Documentation practices continued to evolve alongside integration efforts. Biological records incorporated cross-references to environmental and analytical data sets, creating a layered structure that supported comprehensive review. Each reference was coded to maintain clarity while avoiding descriptive language. Researchers reviewing these documents could trace relationships across multiple studies without disrupting the neutral tone of the archive. This interconnected system encouraged holistic understanding while preserving the calm, methodical nature of the research process. Long-term monitoring programs expanded to include comparative timelines. Biological materials observed under stable conditions were compared with those exposed to controlled variations over extended periods. These comparisons were documented patiently, emphasizing gradual divergence rather than immediate contrast. Visual representations of change were arranged sequentially, allowing patterns to emerge naturally. Researchers reviewed these timelines quietly, often returning to earlier stages to confirm continuity. The process reinforced a sense of slow discovery, consistent with the facility's approach to sustained study. Training programs adapted to reflect these integrated practices. Personnel working in biological wings received instruction on how their observations contributed to broader research objectives. Training emphasized awareness of continuity, encouraging researchers to consider how small changes might align with long-term trends. Exercises focused on consistency of technique rather than speed, reinforcing the facility's preference for deliberate action. Through repeated practice, personnel internalized the calm pace essential to maintaining reliable observation environments. As the scope of biological study expanded, storage strategies were refined to accommodate diverse preservation needs. Samples transitioning from active observation to archival status were placed in containment units designed to maintain baseline conditions indefinitely. These units were organized to allow retrieval without disturbing adjacent materials. Though careful arrangement supported readiness for future study while preserving the quiet order of the storage environment. Over time, the storage system became a silent extension of the observation process, safeguarding continuity across years of research, environmental auditing became a regular component of long-term biological study. Sensors tracked subtle changes in airflow, illumination, and temperature, feeding information into monitoring systems that adjusted conditions smoothly. Audits focused on maintaining equilibrium rather than enforcing strict uniformity. This approach acknowledged natural variability while ensuring that conditions remained within stable ranges. Researchers relied on these audits to confirm that observed changes reflected genuine biological progression rather than environmental influence. The integration of biological data into analytical archives enhanced the facility's capacity for longitudinal understanding. Over extended periods, cumulative records revealed subtle correlations that might otherwise remain unnoticed. Researchers approached these correlations with restraint, documenting them carefully without assigning causation prematurely. This disciplined approach preserved the objectivity of the research environment and supported ongoing inquiry grounded in observation. Communication between departments continued to follow understated methods. Written summaries replaced verbal briefings, allowing teams to absorb information at their own pace. These summaries emphasized continuity and alignment, avoiding language that suggested urgency. By maintaining a steady flow of information without interruption, the facility preserved the calm focus essential to long-term study. Researchers moved between tasks with confidence, guided by a shared understanding of procedures and objectives. As biological research entered extended phases, patience became a defining characteristic of daily operations. Observations accumulated slowly, often revealing significance only after prolonged intervals. The facility's structure supported this pace, providing an environment where time was an ally rather than a constraint. Researchers learned to value subtle change, trusting that clarity would emerge through sustained attention. Through these integrated practices, the biological wings achieved a state of quiet equilibrium. Observation, documentation, and analysis aligned within a stable framework that supported long-term insight. Each procedure, refined through careful iteration, contributed to an environment defined by consistency and calm. The steady progression of biological study reflected the facility's broader philosophy. Understanding unfolds most clearly when conditions remain stable and the passage of time is respected. As the scope of activity within the facility expanded, internal security systems evolved into a carefully layered structure designed to support long-term operations without disrupting the calm rhythm of daily work. Rather than relying on overt displays of restriction, planners emphasized subtle control measures integrated seamlessly into the environment. These systems functioned quietly, guiding movement and access through design rather than force, and reinforcing a sense of order that aligned with the facility's broader operational philosophy. Access within the site followed a principle of gradual transition instead of sharp boundaries between unrestricted and restricted areas. Zones were arranged in progressive layers, each layer introduced slightly different environmental cues, such as changes in lighting tone, floor texture, or airflow. Personnel moving through these transitions adjusted naturally to the increasing level of control. This design reduced the psychological impact of security measures while maintaining clear separation between operational areas. Over time, staff learned to recognize these cues instinctively, navigating the facility with ease and awareness. Identification systems were embedded into routine movement. Rather than interrupting workflow, verification occurred at natural pauses, such as corridor junctions or entryways between research wings. These systems relied on quiet signals and unobtrusive indicators, confirming authorization without drawing attention. The absence of audible alerts or visible barriers preserved the tranquil atmosphere, allowing security checks to blend into daily activity. This approach ensured compliance while maintaining the facility's characteristic calm. Compartmentalization became a defining feature of internal operations. Work was divided into discrete segments, each assigned its own physical space and procedural framework. Personnel were trained to focus exclusively on their designated tasks, supported by documentation and tools specific to their area. This structure limited unnecessary overlap and reduced the potential for distraction. By design, individuals did not require knowledge of adjacent processes to perform their roles effectively. The result was an environment where clarity replaced curiosity and focus supported efficiency. Physical design played a central role in reinforcing compartmentalization. Corridors curved gently rather than extending in straight lines, preventing long sight lines between distant areas. Doorways were positioned to open toward neutral surfaces rather than revealing interior spaces directly. These architectural choices guided attention inward, keeping each work area self-contained. Even within shared facilities, subtle partitions and lighting variations delineated functional zones without creating a sense of confinement. Movement within secure areas followed predictable patterns. Schedules were structured to stagger activity, reducing congestion and minimizing interactions between unrelated teams. This temporal separation complemented physical compartmentalization, ensuring that workflows remained orderly and quiet. Transport routes for materials and equipment were similarly organized, with designated windows for movement that avoided overlap. These measures contributed to the steady, unhurried pace that characterized the facility's operations. Documentation practices mirrored the compartmentalized structure. Records were segmented by function rather than by project narrative. Each set of documents focused on procedural details relevant to a specific task, avoiding broader contextual references. This approach ensured that records remained useful within their intended scope while limiting the dissemination of unnecessary information. Archival systems reflected this organization, allowing retrieval without revealing connections beyond the immediate area of study. Security personnel operated under the same principles of subtlety and restraint. Their presence was consistent but unobtrusive, integrated into the facility's routine. rather than imposed upon it. Patrols followed regular paths, maintaining visibility without interruption. Interactions were minimal and professional, reinforcing a sense of stability rather than tension. The emphasis was on prevention through design and routine, rather than response through confrontation. Training reinforced these practices from the outset. New personnel were introduced to security concepts through guided experience rather than explicit instruction. Orientation pathways demonstrated how access changed gradually across zones, allowing individuals to internalize the structure naturally. Emphasis was placed on respect for boundaries and adherence to procedure, presented as components of professional discipline rather than enforcement. This approach fostered cooperation and consistency, aligning individual behavior with the facility's collective rhythm. Environmental controls supported security objectives as well. Lighting levels subtly shifted across zones, signaling changes in access without explicit signage. Airflow patterns differed slightly between areas, reinforcing spatial awareness. These cues operated below conscious attention, guiding movement intuitively. Over time, personnel responded to these environmental signals automatically, reducing the need for active oversight. Technology supported compartmentalization through silent coordination. Communication systems were configured to restrict information flow to relevant areas. Messages appeared only on designated terminals, ensuring that updates reached appropriate recipients without unnecessary dissemination. This targeted communication preserved focus and prevented distraction, allowing each team to operate within its defined scope. The system's quiet efficiency reinforced the facility's preference for order over urgency. Maintenance and support services followed similar segmentation. Technical staff were assigned to specific zones, developing familiarity with the systems and requirements unique to each area. Tools and replacement components were stored locally, reducing the need for cross-zone movement. This arrangement minimized disruption and supported rapid response within defined boundaries. Over time, these localized support structures became integral to the facility's smooth operation. Emergency protocols were designed to respect compartmentalization while ensuring safety. Response routes were mapped to avoid unnecessary exposure between zones. Procedures emphasized calm, deliberate action, guiding personnel through clearly defined steps. Regular drills reinforced these routines without introducing alarm. The goal was to maintain continuity and composure even during unexpected events, preserving the facility's stable atmosphere. As internal security systems matured, their presence became almost imperceptible. Boundaries were respected without conscious effort, and access controls functioned as part of the environment rather than as obstacles. The facility's architecture, procedures, and routines worked together to create a quiet framework of protection. This framework supported the sensitive nature of ongoing research while maintaining the calm, methodical pace essential to long-term study. Through these integrated measures, internal security became less about restriction and more about structure. Compartmentalization guided attention, movement, and information flow with gentle precision. The result was an environment where focus and stability prevailed, allowing complex operations to unfold quietly within carefully defined boundaries. The architecture of secrecy operated without spectacle, sustaining the facility's enduring balance between protection and tranquility. As internal security systems became more refined, attention turned toward the management of information flow within the facility, rather than concentrating solely on physical access. Planners focused on how knowledge itself moved between departments. Information was treated as a resource that required careful guidance, following defined pathways designed to preserve clarity and focus. This approach ensured that each operational unit received only what was necessary for its function, allowing work to proceed without distraction or excess context. Information zones were established alongside physical zones. Each research wing operated within a defined informational boundary, supported by localized data terminals and documentation repositories. These terminals displayed content specific to the tasks performed in that area, reducing the possibility of overlap. Interfaces were designed with simplicity in mind, presenting information in neutral layouts that emphasized readability over complexity. The quiet presence of these systems allowed personnel to access what they needed without drawing attention away from their work. Communication between zones followed structured intervals. Instead of continuous updates, information was shared at predetermined times through summary reports. These reports focused on procedural alignment and operational status rather than narrative detail. By consolidating updates, the facility avoided the sense of urgency that constant communication can create. This rhythm supported a calm working environment where attention remained anchored to present tasks rather than future contingencies. Supervisory roles were designed to reinforce this structure. Coordinators acted as intermediaries between zones, translating information into formats appropriate for each department. Their work emphasized synthesis rather than oversight, ensuring that guidance remained clear and concise. These roles operated quietly, often behind the scenes, contributing to stability without disrupting established routines. Over time, the presence of coordinators became an accepted part of the facility's organizational rhythm. Temporal compartmentalization complemented spatial and informational controls. Certain activities were scheduled during specific windows to prevent overlap between unrelated operations. This sequencing reduced congestion and minimized incidental exposure between teams. Personnel adjusted naturally to these rhythms, planning their work around predictable intervals. The result was a steady flow of activity that maintained separation without requiring constant enforcement. Access credentials evolved to reflect these layered systems. Authorization was not static, but adapted to specific contexts, granting entry based on both role and timing. Verification occurred seamlessly as personnel moved through the facility, guided by environmental cues and quiet confirmation systems. This dynamic approach ensured flexibility while preserving security, allowing operations to adjust smoothly as projects evolved. Support services adhered to the same compartmentalized principles. Maintenance crews were assigned to defined zones, developing expertise specific to the systems within those areas. This specialization reduced the need for cross-zone movement and minimized the spread of contextual information. Tools and diagnostic equipment were stored locally, supporting efficient response without disruption. The quiet efficiency of these services contributed to the overall stability of the environment. Training programs reinforced awareness of informational boundaries. Personnel learned to recognize the scope of their responsibilities and to respect the limits of their access. Instruction emphasized discipline and focus, presenting compartmentalization as a professional standard rather than a restriction. Through repetition, these principles became second nature, guiding behavior without conscious effort. The training environment mirrored operational spaces, allowing individuals to internalize expectations through experience. Documentation systems reflected this layered approach. Records were organized into discrete sets, aligned with specific functions. Cross-references were limited and carefully managed, ensuring that connections between departments remained intentional. Archival access followed the same principles as active information systems, allowing retrieval without revealing unnecessary context. This structure preserved clarity while supporting long-term continuity. Environmental design continued to support these practices subtly. Variations in acoustics, lighting, and spatial arrangement reinforced the sense of transition between zones. These cues operated quietly, guiding movement and attention without explicit instruction. Personnel responded intuitively, adjusting their behavior as they passed through different areas. Over time, the environment itself became an active participant in maintaining security and focus. Incident response procedures were also shaped by compartmentalization. When adjustments were required, responses were localized to the affected zone. Notifications remained contained, preventing unnecessary disturbance elsewhere in the facility. This approach preserved calm while ensuring effective resolution. Drills emphasized smooth coordination within defined boundaries, reinforcing confidence and preparedness without creating tension. As operations matured, the distinction between security and routine became increasingly subtle. Controls were embedded so deeply into daily activity that they required little conscious attention. Personnel moved through their tasks with ease, guided by systems that operated quietly in the background. The absence of visible enforcement contributed to a sense of trust and stability, allowing focus to remain on research and analysis. Long-term planning benefited from this structure. Projects could evolve within defined compartments, adjusting procedures without affecting unrelated areas. This modularity supported resilience, allowing the facility to adapt gradually over time. Changes were introduced carefully, maintaining alignment with established rhythms. The result was an organization capable of growth without disruption. Through these layered practices, internal security extended beyond physical barriers to encompass information, time, and behavior. Each element worked together to create a cohesive framework that protected sensitive operations while preserving tranquility. The facility's quiet architecture of secrecy relied not on isolation alone, but on thoughtful integration of structure and routine. By embedding compartmentalization into every aspect of operation, the facility achieved a balance between protection and productivity. Security became an expression of order rather than control, guiding activity with gentle precision. This balance allowed complex work to continue steadily, sustained by an environment where boundaries were respected naturally, and calm remained the defining characteristic. As the internal security framework reached maturity, attention shifted towards sustaining balance over extended periods. The challenge was no longer establishing boundaries, but maintaining them quietly as daily operations continued. Planners recognized that stability depended on predictability rather than enforcement. To support this, systems were reviewed regularly to ensure that routines remained intuitive and unobtrusive. Adjustments were introduced slowly, allowing personnel to adapt without disrupting the calm flow of activity. One aspect of this long-term stability involved the management of transitions. Personnel entering or leaving sensitive zones followed carefully timed sequences designed to prevent overlap. These transitions occurred during low activity windows, reducing incidental contact between unrelated teams. Visual cues guided movement gently, indicating when to pause or proceed. The absence of audible signals preserved the quiet atmosphere, ensuring that changes in access unfolded smoothly and without tension. Shift coordination played an important role in maintaining compartmentalization. Work schedules were arranged so that responsibilities passed seamlessly from one group to another. Briefing materials were prepared in advance and reviewed individually rather than in group meetings. This approach minimized gatherings and preserved focus. Each transition was marked by continuity rather than change, allowing work to progress uninterrupted across extended hours. Physical spaces adapted subtly to support these patterns. Seating areas near zone boundaries were arranged to discourage prolonged stops, encouraging natural movement along designated routes. Corridors widened slightly at key junctions, allowing smooth passage without congestion. These design choices guided behavior indirectly, reinforcing security principles through comfort and ease rather than restriction. Over time, the environment itself became a quiet guide for daily movement. Equipment access followed similar principles. Tools and instruments were stored within the zones where they were used, reducing the need for cross-boundary transport. When shared resources were required, access followed scheduled intervals coordinated through silent systems. This ensured that equipment movement did not introduce unnecessary exposure between compartments. The predictable availability of resources supported calm planning and reduced the potential for disruption. Data stewardship evolved alongside physical and informational controls. Sensitive records were accessed through layered authorization processes that operated seamlessly within routine workflows. Retrieval systems verified context before displaying content, ensuring alignment with current tasks. This prevented accidental exposure while allowing authorized users to work efficiently. Over time, personnel developed trust in these systems, relying on them as quiet partners in daily operations. Auditing processes contributed to sustained balance. Reviews of access patterns, information flow, and environmental cues were conducted periodically to identify subtle shifts. These audits focused on alignment rather than fault, seeking to maintain harmony across systems. Findings were documented in concise summaries and implemented gradually. This approach preserved the facility's calm character while supporting continuous refinement. Human factors received careful consideration. Planners recognized that fatigue or routine drift could affect awareness of boundaries. To address this, rest cycles were integrated into schedules, allowing personnel to recover without disrupting operations. Quiet rest areas provided spaces for brief pauses, designed with low lighting and minimal stimuli. These spaces supported alertness and composure, reinforcing the facility's emphasis on sustained focus. Training continued to evolve as well. Refresher programs emphasized awareness rather than instruction, guiding personnel to revisit foundational principles through observation and practice. Simulated scenarios allowed individuals to experience boundary transitions under controlled conditions, reinforcing intuition. The emphasis remained on calm repetition, ensuring that security practices remained embedded in routine behavior. Coordination between security and operational planning remained understated. Rather than issuing directives, planners relied on environmental adjustments and procedural cues. This integration ensured that security considerations influenced design decisions from the outset. New spaces were evaluated for how naturally they guided movement and information flow. This proactive approach reduced the need for later intervention and supported long-term coherence. Technological systems supporting security were designed for longevity. Hardware upgrades were introduced incrementally, maintaining compatibility with existing infrastructure. Software interfaces evolved gradually, preserving familiarity. These decisions ensured that personnel did not need to adapt abruptly to new systems, maintaining confidence and focus. The quiet reliability of technology became a cornerstone of sustained operations. Emergency readiness remained integrated into daily routine without drawing attention. Response pathways were reviewed and rehearsed through subtle drills that blended into normal activity. These rehearsals emphasized smooth coordination and calm decision-making. By embedding readiness into routine, the facility ensured preparedness without introducing anxiety. As years passed, the effectiveness of compartmentalization became evident in the facility's ability to support complex work without escalation. Boundaries were respected naturally. Information flowed where needed, and movement followed predictable patterns. The environment supported focus rather than vigilance, allowing personnel to engage fully with their tasks. The architecture of security matured into a stable framework that required little conscious attention. Physical design, information systems, and routines worked together seamlessly. This integration allowed the facility to sustain sensitive operations over long durations while preserving its defining calm. Through careful stewardship of space, time, and information, internal security became a quiet presence rather than a visible force. Compartmentalization guided operations gently, ensuring protection without intrusion. The result was an environment where order and tranquility coexisted, supporting continuous work within clearly defined boundaries. Above the desert floor, the airspace surrounding the facility developed into a carefully regulated environment, shaped by discipline and restraint. Unlike conventional flight zones, this region was defined by absence rather than presence. Civilian routes curved far away, and even standard military traffic followed distant corridors. The sky above remained intentionally quiet, providing a controlled setting where aerial activity could unfold without interruption. This emptiness became a defining feature, allowing the facility to extend its orderly structure upward into the atmosphere. Airspace boundaries were established with precision. Invisible lines marked zones of increasing restriction, each layer corresponding to specific operational requirements. These boundaries were enforced not through constant patrols, but through coordination and planning. Flight schedules were arranged to avoid overlap, ensuring that each aerial operation occurred in isolation. The result was a sky that appeared calm and empty to outside observers, even as structured activity occurred within defined windows. Navigation systems played a central role in maintaining this order. Ground-based instruments guided aircraft along predetermined paths, minimizing deviation. These systems operated continuously, adjusting for atmospheric conditions with subtle corrections. Pilots followed these guidance cues with measured precision, trusting the stability of the framework. Communication between air and ground remained concise and subdued, focusing on essential information rather than commentary. This restrained exchange supported focus and preserved the quiet character of the airspace. Runway usage reflected the same philosophy. Takeoffs and landings were spaced deliberately, allowing the environment to return to stillness between movements. Lighting systems illuminated runways only when necessary, remaining dim at other times to reduce visual impact. Ground crews worked efficiently and quietly, clearing surfaces and performing checks with minimal movement. Each operation concluded smoothly, restoring the sense of calm that defined the surrounding landscape. Aerial testing followed carefully planned sequences. Aircraft ascended gradually, maintaining stable trajectories before executing controlled maneuvers. These maneuvers were designed to unfold slowly, allowing precise observation without abrupt motion. Altitude changes occurred incrementally, Guided by instruments rather than instinct, the sky became a measured workspace where every adjustment was intentional and recorded. This deliberate pacing reduced strain on equipment and personnel alike, supporting sustained operations. Restricted airspace also supported observational discipline. Monitoring stations tracked movement through silent displays that updated in real time. These stations were positioned to provide comprehensive coverage without redundancy. Data flowed steadily into analytical systems, capturing flight characteristics with clarity. Observers reviewed this information quietly, noting patterns without distraction. The emphasis remained on consistency rather than spectacle, aligning aerial operations with the facility's broader research philosophy. Environmental conditions were integrated into planning. Wind patterns, temperature gradients, and atmospheric density were monitored continuously. Flights were scheduled during periods when conditions supported stable performance. When variability increased, operations paused rather than forcing continuation. This patience preserved safety and maintained the calm rhythm of activity. Over time, familiarity with the desert atmosphere allowed planners to anticipate optimal windows with confidence. Aircraft movement within the restricted zone followed predictable arcs. Paths curved gently, avoiding sharp turns that could introduce unnecessary stress. Vertical adjustments were smoothed over extended intervals, reducing sudden changes. These practices reflected a preference for gradual transition over rapid response. The sky above the facility thus mirrored the order found on the ground, becoming an extension of the same disciplined environment. Communication protocols reinforced this approach. Exchanges between pilots and controllers were brief and standardized, using neutral phrasing that avoided urgency. Silence was respected as part of the operational space, broken only when necessary. This restraint allowed participants to maintain awareness without distraction. The absence of constant chatter contributed to the tranquil character of the airspace. Maintenance ADAR coverage was configured to support selective observation. Systems focused on defined sectors, reducing extraneous data. This targeted approach ensured clarity and prevented information overload. Operators adjusted sensitivity levels gradually, maintaining consistent tracking without abrupt shifts. The steady rhythm of these adjustments mirrored the broader operational tempo, reinforcing the sense of controlled continuity. Coordination between airspace management and ground operations remained seamless. Schedules aligned to ensure that aerial activity complemented research cycles below. Aircraft movement was timed to avoid interference with sensitive ground-based measurements. This synchronization supported a holistic approach where sky and land operated in quiet harmony. The facility's planning extended upward, treating the airspace as an integral component of its structure. As aerial operations expanded, training emphasized calm precision. Pilots and controllers practiced routines that prioritized smooth execution over speed. Simulated environments allowed repetition under controlled conditions, reinforcing familiarity. This training cultivated confidence rooted in consistency allowing participants to operate effectively within the restrained framework. Over time, these practices became instinctive, supporting effortless coordination. Restricted airspace management also considered long-term sustainability. Systems were designed to operate reliably over extended periods, with incremental upgrades introduced carefully. Hardware adjustments were phased to preserve continuity, and software updates maintained familiar interfaces. These decisions ensured that operational knowledge remained relevant, reducing the need for frequent retraining. The stability of systems contributed to the enduring calm of the airspace. Observation of the sky from outside the restricted zone revealed little activity. To distant viewers, the air appeared empty, marked only by the slow passage of clouds. This apparent stillness reflected intentional design rather than inactivity. By limiting visible movement, the facility preserved discretion while maintaining full operational capability within its boundaries. The quiet sky became a protective layer, concealing structured activity beneath its calm surface. Through these practices, restricted airspace evolved into a disciplined environment where aerial activity unfolded with restraint and clarity. Each flight adhered to established rhythms, contributing to a broader pattern of order. The sky above the desert became an extension of the facility's philosophy, supporting research through calm, controlled movement. In this elevated domain, silence and structure worked together, sustaining the tranquil balance essential to long-term operation. As time passed, the management of the restricted sky evolved into a refined discipline shaped by repetition and quiet observation. The air above the desert was no longer treated as a simple corridor for movement, but as a carefully maintained environment where stability mattered more than speed. Each flight was planned as part of a larger pattern, fitting into an established rhythm that valued predictability and calm continuity. Operational windows were selected with patience. Rather than filling the sky with constant motion, planners preferred brief intervals of activity followed by long periods of stillness. This approach reduced overlap and allowed every maneuver to be observed in isolation. The absence of congestion became a defining feature, creating an aerial space where clarity replaced urgency. Silence between operations was not considered wasted time, but a necessary condition for maintaining balance. Aircraft entering the restricted zone followed gradual ascent profiles. Acceleration remained smooth and controlled, avoiding abrupt changes. These methods reduced mechanical strain and preserved consistency across test cycles. Pilots relied on instruments more than visual cues, trusting calibrated systems to guide their movements. The resulting trajectories appeared gentle and deliberate, reinforcing the quiet character of the airspace. Ground coordination continued without spectacle. Monitoring rooms displayed steady streams of data rather than dramatic alerts. Operators adjusted parameters slowly, observing trends instead of reacting to isolated moments. Communication remained minimal, focusing only on essential confirmations. This restraint allowed attention to remain steady, supporting long-duration observation without fatigue. Lighting practices further reflected the philosophy of restraint. Runway and approach lights were calibrated to provide sufficient visibility without drawing unnecessary attention. During inactive periods, illumination was reduced to its lowest functional level. This preserved the natural darkness of the desert night and minimized visual disturbance. From a distance, the facility blended into the surrounding landscape, its presence suggested only by faint, orderly points of light. Weather analysis became deeply integrated into airspace planning. Atmospheric data was collected continuously, forming long-term profiles of wind behavior, temperature shifts, and pressure variations. Flights were scheduled to align with stable conditions, while volatile periods were avoided. This patience reinforced the reliability of operations and reduced the need for corrective action once airborne. As experience accumulated, flight paths became increasingly standardized. Preferred routes emerged, shaped by terrain, atmospheric behavior, and observational needs. These paths were adjusted incrementally rather than redesigned abruptly. Familiarity with these routes allowed pilots to maintain focus without distraction, reinforcing calm execution. Over time, the airspace developed a subtle geometry known only to those who worked within it. Training emphasized composure over performance. Simulated flights repeated routine patterns, encouraging muscle memory and quiet confidence. Emergency procedures were practiced with equal restraint, focusing on measured response rather than dramatic action. This approach ensured that even unexpected situations were met with steadiness. The goal was not to eliminate uncertainty, but to manage it without tension. Data collection during flights followed consistent protocols. Sensors recorded movement, vibration, and environmental interaction in precise increments. Information was stored methodically, forming long records rather than isolated highlights. Analysts reviewed these records at a calm pace, comparing patterns across months and years. This long view perspective favored understanding over immediacy. The restricted sky also served as a buffer, protecting ground operations from interference. By controlling aerial movement tightly, sensitive measurements below remained undisturbed. This separation allowed different layers of activity to coexist without conflict. The sky functioned as both workspace and shield, preserving the integrity of the broader environment. Night operations maintained the same quiet discipline. Takeoffs occurred without fanfare, engines operating at carefully moderated levels. Aircraft lights remained subdued, visible only as necessary markers rather than displays. Observers focused on instrument readings more than visual impressions, allowing darkness to retain its calming presence. The desert night remained largely unchanged, punctuated only briefly by motion. Over years of operation, the restricted airspace developed a reputation for stillness. To outside observers, it appeared empty and inactive. This impression was intentional, created through careful scheduling and minimal exposure. The absence of visible activity discouraged attention and preserved discretion. Inside the boundary, however, structure and purpose remained constant. Maintenance of airspace systems followed gradual cycles. Upgrades were introduced carefully, preserving familiar interfaces and procedures. Redundancies were built quietly into existing frameworks rather than added dramatically. This continuity reduced disruption and supported long-term reliability. Each improvement blended seamlessly into the established order. Coordination between departments remained understated. Airspace managers, ground crews, and analysts shared information through routine channels without urgency. Meetings were brief and focused, reinforcing shared understanding rather than debate. This culture of calm collaboration sustained efficiency without pressure. As the years advanced, the restricted sky became less a place of experimentation and more a stable extension of the facility itself. Its boundaries, protocols, and rhythms were internalized by those who worked within them. The air above the desert carried an invisible structure, shaped by discipline and patience. In this controlled environment, aerial activity unfolded as a series of measured gestures rather than dramatic events. Each movement served a purpose within a broader pattern, contributing quietly to ongoing work. The sky remained calm, not because nothing happened, but because everything happened exactly as planned. Through restraint and consistency, the restricted airspace fulfilled its role. It offered protection, clarity, and stability, supporting long-term operations without drawing attention. Above the silent desert, order persisted, steady and unobtrusive, sustaining a balance that allowed both activity and rest to coexist. With the passage of time, the restricted airspace matured into a stable system whose primary function was continuity rather than innovation. The sky above the desert no longer required frequent adjustment because its structure had settled into a predictable form. Boundaries remained fixed, protocols unchanged, and routines repeated with quiet confidence. This stability allowed the airspace to serve as a constant backdrop to the facility's broader operations. Flight planning became increasingly conservative. Instead of introducing new variables, planners relied on familiar profiles refined through years of repetition. Aircraft ascended and descended along paths that had proven reliable, avoiding unnecessary deviation. This repetition reduced cognitive load for pilots and controllers alike, reinforcing a calm operational mindset. The sky was treated as a space for careful execution rather than exploration. Long-term observation revealed subtle patterns in atmospheric behavior. Seasonal changes influenced wind flow and temperature layers, and these shifts were incorporated into planning without urgency. Schedules adapted gradually, maintaining alignment with environmental rhythms. This attentiveness to natural cycles further softened the presence of aerial activity, allowing operations to blend into the desert's broader tempo. Technological systems supporting the airspace emphasized durability. Hardware components were selected for longevity, operating continuously with minimal intervention. Software systems favored stability over novelty, retaining familiar layouts and predictable responses. Updates were introduced incrementally, ensuring that established habits remained intact. This approach minimized disruption and preserved the tranquil flow of work. Human factors played an equally important role. Personnel assigned to airspace management often remained in their positions for extended periods, building deep familiarity with routines. This continuity fostered intuition, grounded in experience rather than urgency. Decisions were made calmly, informed by long observation rather than immediate pressure. The airspace benefited from this quiet accumulation of knowledge. Communication habits evolved toward near silence. Many routine confirmations became implicit, understood without verbal exchange. When communication occurred, it was concise and measured, free from emotional inflection. Silence was not viewed as absence, but as an indicator that systems were functioning as intended. This restrained dialogue reinforced a peaceful working environment. The visual character of the sky remained deliberately understated. Aircraft lighting adhered to minimal standards, avoiding brightness beyond what safety required. Contrails were rare, and maneuvers avoided abrupt shifts that might draw attention. From afar, the sky appeared unchanged, maintaining the illusion of emptiness that defined the restricted zone. This visual restraint preserved discretion and calm. Emergency preparedness followed the same philosophy. Contingency plans existed, detailed and comprehensive, but they were rehearsed quietly rather than dramatized. Simulations focused on steady response rather than rapid escalation. This preparation ensured readiness without introducing anxiety. The confidence gained through rehearsal supported calm behavior during routine operations. Data gathered from years of aerial activity formed extensive archives. These records were not mined for dramatic insights, but reviewed steadily to confirm consistency. Analysts examined long trends rather than short anomalies, reinforcing trust in established systems. This methodical review process favored reassurance over surprise, aligning with the overall tone of the environment. The restricted airspace also influenced behavior beyond its boundaries. Nearby military routes adjusted to accommodate its presence, maintaining respectful distance. Civil aviation charts reflected its permanence, shaping regional navigation habits. Over time, the airspace became an accepted feature of the landscape, integrated quietly into broader systems without drawing notice. At night, the sky retained its characteristic stillness. Stars dominated the view, undisturbed by frequent movement. Occasional aircraft passed through their assigned corridors without spectacle, leaving darkness intact. This preservation of night reinforced the sense of calm that defined the region. The sky supported rest as much as it supported work. As decades passed, the restricted zone required less active management. Its systems functioned reliably, and its routines became self-sustaining. New personnel learned established practices rather than redefining them. The airspace no longer evolved rapidly, instead serving as a stable framework within which other activities could proceed. The relationship between ground and sky settled into equilibrium. Neither dominated the other, and both operated within shared constraints. This balance minimized interference and preserved clarity. The sky became a neutral layer, neither active nor inactive, but consistently available when needed. Through disciplined maintenance and patient oversight, the restricted airspace fulfilled its purpose. It provided isolation without tension, control without visibility, and activity without disturbance. Its quiet presence supported long-term work by removing unpredictability rather than adding complexity. In the broader narrative of the desert facility, the sky played a subtle role. It did not announce itself or demand attention. Instead, it remained steady, defined by order and restraint. This calm persistence allowed the facility to function without disruption, sheltered beneath a sky that revealed nothing yet supported everything. As the environment settled into maturity, the restricted airspace stood as a testament to measured design. Its silence was intentional, its stability earned through patience. Above the desert, the sky continued its quiet vigil, unchanged in appearance, constant in purpose, and perfectly aligned with the slow, steady rhythm of the land below. For many decades, the relationship between Area 51 and public institutions was defined not by statements, but by absence. The place existed without being named, functioning within official records as a gap rather than a location. Maps showed empty desert. Documents referred only to nearby ranges, and inquiries were met with silence. This long period of omission shaped the identity of the site as much as any physical structure built upon the land. Government secrecy surrounding the area did not emerge suddenly. It developed gradually, influenced by historical context and institutional habit. During the early years of the Cold War, secrecy was considered a practical necessity. Sensitive programs required protection, and silence became a standard tool. Over time, this practice extended beyond specific projects, settling into a broader culture of non-acknowledgement. The absence of public confirmation created a unique condition. Area 51 was widely discussed, photographed from afar, and referenced in popular culture, yet it remained officially unnamed. This contrast between public awareness and institutional silence persisted for decades. The lack of denial was as notable as the lack of confirmation, allowing speculation to exist without response. Requests for information followed predictable patterns. Inquiries submitted through formal channels were often returned with minimal content. Documents arrived heavily redacted, with large portions obscured. In some cases, responses indicated that no relevant records could be found. This language, repeated across years, reinforced the sense of deliberate omission rather than oversight. The structure of secrecy relied on classification rather than deception. Information was not openly contradicted, but placed beyond reach. By limiting access, institutions avoided engagement. This method required little active maintenance. Silence, once established, sustained itself through routine. As decades passed, the silence became normalized. Officials rarely addressed questions about the site directly. When references occurred, they were vague, framed in general terms related to testing ranges or restricted areas. The specific name remained absent from public-facing communication. This restraint preserved ambiguity without requiring explanation. Cultural awareness of the site continued to grow independently. Books, documentaries, and discussions expanded public familiarity, even as official acknowledgement remained absent. This parallel development created a divide between institutional language and collective imagination. The gap itself became part of the story, reinforcing the perception of secrecy. Internally, the handling of information followed established protocols. Documents were classified according to standard frameworks. Access was limited by clearance, and distribution was controlled. These practices were consistent with broader governmental procedures and did not require special justification. The site existed within systems designed to manage restricted knowledge. Over time, pressure for transparency increased. Historical researchers sought to document Cold War programs with greater accuracy. Journalists revisited unanswered questions. Public interest in declassified material expanded. These efforts focused not on speculation, but on historical record. The silence surrounding the site became increasingly conspicuous. Freedom of Information Act requests accumulated slowly. Many were submitted years apart, revisiting the same questions. Responses remained consistent, offering partial confirmation without specificity. The repetition of these exchanges contributed to a sense of institutional inertia rather than active concealment. The passage of time altered the context of secrecy. Programs once considered sensitive lost their immediacy. Technologies aged, and strategic concerns shifted. What had once required absolute silence gradually became historical material. This transition created space for reconsideration, though change remained slow. In 2013, a subtle shift occurred. A set of declassified documents was released as part of a broader historical review. Within these documents, references appeared that named the site explicitly. Maps identified its location, and text acknowledged its role in past programs. The acknowledgement was factual and restrained, presented without commentary. This moment did not arrive as an announcement. There was no press conference, no formal declaration. The information appeared quietly, embedded within archival material. Its significance lay not in presentation, but in existence. For the first time, the name entered official public record without redaction. The content of the documents focused on historical context. They described testing activities related to reconnaissance programs and logistical considerations. The tone was neutral, consistent with archival release. No reference was made to speculation or public narratives. The acknowledgement addressed only what was necessary to document history. Public response unfolded gradually. Media coverage noted the confirmation, often emphasizing its understated nature. The acknowledgement did not resolve long-standing questions, nor did it address broader cultural associations. Instead, it confirmed what had long been assumed, that the site existed and had played a role in classified aviation history. Institutional language remained cautious. The acknowledgement did not open the door to broader disclosure. It established a boundary, defining what could be confirmed while leaving other matters unaddressed. This selective transparency aligned with established practice, revealing information only when it no longer carried strategic risk. The effect on public imagination was subtle. For some, the confirmation validated years of observation. For others, it reinforced the idea that official silence could persist for decades without correction. The acknowledgement did not close the story. Instead, it marked a transition from complete omission to partial recognition. In this moment, secrecy shifted form. The site moved from unspoken to acknowledged, yet remained largely undefined. What changed was not access, but language. The name entered record, while details remained limited. This balance preserved discretion while satisfying historical documentation. The quiet acknowledgement of 2013 did not disrupt existing narratives. It neither confirmed nor denied broader interpretations. By focusing narrowly on documented history, institutions maintained control over scope. The release functioned as an archival update rather than a revelation. In the years that followed, references to the site remained rare. The acknowledgement did not lead to ongoing discussion. Silence resumed, though altered in character. The place now existed officially, but only within carefully drawn lines. This phase marked an evolution rather than an ending. The long silence surrounding Area 51 had shifted, becoming a quieter form of recognition. The desert remained unchanged, and the structures within continued their routines. What had altered was the record, now containing a name that had once been absent. The acknowledgement settled into history without disturbance. It arrived, existed, and passed into archival context. In this restrained manner, institutional silence adapted, preserving calm continuity while allowing a small measure of clarity to emerge. After the quiet acknowledgement of the site's existence entered the public record, the nature of governmental secrecy did not dissolve. Instead, it settled into a more defined shape. Silence was no longer absolute, but carefully bounded. The name could be spoken, the location referenced, yet the substance of daily operations remained unchanged. This shift altered perception without altering access. For institutions, secrecy had always served multiple functions. It protected technical information, reduced external pressure, and simplified internal processes. Over time, it also became habitual. Practices established in one era continued into the next, often without reevaluation. The persistence of silence reflected continuity rather than intent. It endured because it was already in place. The acknowledgement of 2013 highlighted this continuity. By confirming only historical facts, institutions preserved a clear division between past and present. What had occurred decades earlier could be documented safely. What continued to occur remained outside discussion. This separation maintained stability and avoided the need for explanation. Public interpretation evolved slowly. Some observers viewed the acknowledgement as confirmation of long-held assumptions. Others saw it as limited and incomplete. Yet for many, the restrained tone shaped response. Without dramatic framing, the information integrated quietly into collective awareness. It did not disrupt routine attention. It simply existed. Media discussion followed a similar pattern. Coverage emphasized historical context, often referencing Cold War programs and aviation development. The acknowledgement was treated as archival clarification rather than revelation. This framing reinforced the sense that the information belonged to the past. Speculation about the present remained separate, unaddressed. The role of documentation became more visible. Declassified records revealed how language had been managed over decades. Terms were chosen carefully, references limited, omissions consistent. This consistency suggested system rather than improvisation. Secrecy functioned as an administrative structure, maintained through repetition. For researchers, the acknowledgement offered a fixed reference point. The site could now be named in historical analysis without qualification. This clarity improved accuracy while preserving boundaries. Scholars could discuss known programs openly, yet remained constrained by classification. The archive expanded slightly, but not broadly. Public curiosity did not diminish. Instead, it adapted. Questions shifted from existence to extent. What else might remain unacknowledged? How much of the historical record was still incomplete? These questions lingered quietly, sustained by the same absence that had defined earlier decades. Institutional responses remained unchanged. Officials continued to avoid elaboration. Statements, when issued, focused on general principles rather than specifics. This approach maintained neutrality and avoided engagement. Silence, now partial, still served its original purpose. The long duration of secrecy influenced perception of time. Decades of omission suggested patience rather than urgency. Information, when released, arrived slowly, often long after immediate relevance had passed. This delayed disclosure shaped expectations. The public learned to view acknowledgement as retrospective, not immediate. The acknowledgement also affected cultural representation. Fiction and speculation continued, but with altered framing. The site's existence no longer required justification. Narratives shifted subtly, incorporating official recognition while expanding imaginatively beyond it. The boundary between fact and interpretation remained clear, yet porous. From an institutional perspective, the acknowledgement reduced administrative friction. By confirming what was already widely assumed, authorities minimized repetitive inquiry. The name entered record, allowing responses to be standardized. This efficiency supported continuity without increasing transparency. The silence that followed was quieter, but still deliberate. References to the site appeared occasionally in official material, usually historical. Operational details remained absent. This balance allowed institutions to acknowledge history while maintaining present discretion. Over time, the acknowledgement blended into routine awareness. It did not prompt further releases. The moment passed without escalation. The site's status stabilized as officially real, yet functionally opaque. This equilibrium suited institutional preference for predictability. The effect on collective imagination was subtle and enduring. Knowing that silence could persist for decades reshaped trust in official narratives. It suggested that absence of confirmation did not imply absence of reality. This realization settled quietly, influencing interpretation without demanding action. The desert itself remained unchanged. Physical features did not respond to acknowledgement. The land continued its cycles, indifferent to documentation. Structures within the restricted zone operated as before, guided by internal schedules rather than public discourse. In this phase, secrecy transformed from denial to management. The shift required no announcement. It unfolded through language, archives, and omission. What mattered was not what was said, but what remained unsaid. The acknowledgement of 2013 thus functioned less as an ending than as a marker. It indicated a point where history could be named, while the present stayed undefined. This distinction preserved calm continuity, allowing institutions to move forward without disruption. As years passed, the acknowledgement receded into background knowledge. It neither resolved questions nor intensified them. It simply existed, part of the record. The long silence adapted, becoming quieter rather than louder. In this way, governmental secrecy endured. It adjusted without collapsing, maintaining form while allowing minimal change. The story of Area 51 continued not through disclosure, but through controlled recognition. The balance between knowledge and absence remained intact, sustained by time, routine, and deliberate restraint. As time moved forward after the acknowledgement, the presence of Area 51 within official history became steady and unremarkable. The name existed in records without drawing attention. It appeared where necessary, usually in archival or contextual references, and then disappeared again into silence. This normalization marked a new phase, one in which acknowledgement no longer felt significant, but routine. Governmental secrecy did not require renewal or reinforcement. It continued through established habits of communication. Statements remained brief, language precise, scope limited. There was no attempt to reshape public understanding, only to maintain boundaries. The system functioned quietly, sustained by repetition rather than decision. The passage of years softened public reaction. The acknowledgement of existence became background knowledge, rarely revisited. Discussions that followed focused more on interpretation than confirmation. The fact of the site's existence no longer carried weight on its own. Attention shifted to what remained unknown, though even these questions were often posed without urgency. Institutional records reflected this calm continuity. Declassified materials were released at measured intervals, each offering narrow insights into historical programs. These releases followed predictable patterns, emphasizing context and closure. They did not introduce new narratives, nor did they challenge existing ones. Their purpose was documentation, not revelation. The role of silence evolved subtly. It was no longer associated with denial, but with completion. What needed to be said had been said, and what remained unsaid required no explanation. This form of silence carried a sense of finality rather than tension. It suggested that the subject had settled into its place within institutional memory. For researchers, this stability clarified boundaries. The site could be referenced accurately, its historical role described without speculation, yet the limits of available information remained clear. This clarity reduced friction between inquiry and record, allowing historical work to proceed without conflict. Public imagination adapted to this settled state. The site became part of cultural background rather than active curiosity. Its image remained familiar, but no longer demanded attention. The mystery persisted, but quietly, without escalation. It existed as an accepted uncertainty rather than a provocation. Media narratives reflected this shift. Coverage became infrequent, often triggered only by unrelated topics or anniversaries. When mentioned, the site was framed as a historical landmark of secrecy rather than an active subject. This framing reinforced distance, placing Area 51 firmly in the past, even as it continued to function. The endurance of secrecy reshaped expectations about disclosure. The acknowledgement demonstrated that confirmation could arrive decades after relevance. This understanding influenced how future silence was interpreted. Absence of information came to be seen as structural rather than temporary. Institutions benefited from this perception. With expectations adjusted, pressure diminished. The acknowledgement had fulfilled a minimal obligation, allowing silence to resume without controversy. This balance supported administrative stability and avoided renewed inquiry. The physical site itself remained unchanged by documentation. Its routines continued independently of public awareness. Infrastructure operated within internal frameworks, unaffected by archival releases. The desert environment provided continuity, unchanged by language or record. The acknowledgement thus functioned as a boundary marker. It separated eras without bridging them. Before 2013, the site was officially absent. Afterward, it was present but undefined. This distinction allowed institutions to move forward without revisiting earlier silence. Over time, the story of Area 51 became less about secrecy and more about endurance. The longevity of silence, the patience of acknowledgement, and the persistence of routine formed a cohesive narrative. This narrative unfolded slowly, without climax or resolution. The cultural role of the site stabilized. It existed as a reference point, a symbol of controlled information rather than a subject of active debate. Its meaning derived from duration rather than detail. The length of silence spoke more than any document. In official contexts, the site required little attention, Its status was established, its boundaries known. References were made sparingly, only when relevant. This restraint preserved calm continuity and avoided unnecessary engagement. The acknowledgement did not lead to further clarification, nor did it demand it. Its quiet nature set a precedent. Information could be released without announcement, integrated without disruption. This method aligned with institutional preference for gradual change. As years accumulated, the acknowledgement faded into history. It became one more entry in the archive, its significance absorbed by time. The site's presence in record no longer stood out. It simply existed. This settled state reflected the final form of secrecy, not concealment, but containment. Knowledge was bounded, managed, and stabilized. What lay beyond those bounds remained undefined, but no longer contested. In this phase, Area 51 stood as a fixed element within institutional and cultural landscapes. Its story did not advance, but rested. The long silence had transformed into quiet permanence. The desert continued its cycles, indifferent to acknowledgement or omission. Structures within the restricted zone followed internal rhythms. Public awareness remained distant and calm. The balance between knowledge and absence held steady. Through this slow evolution, secrecy endured not as tension, but as condition. It became part of the environment, as constant as the land itself. In this way, the story of Area 51 settled into a quiet equilibrium, defined not by revelation, but by the sustained presence of unanswered space. As the long arc of history settles into the present, Area 51 no longer appears as a question demanding an answer. Instead, it rests as a place shaped by time, repetition, and restraint. The desert surrounding it remains unchanged in form, yet altered in meaning by decades of quiet association. What was once empty land became a location defined as much by what is absent as by what exists. The enduring mystery of the area is not anchored in specific events, technologies, or claims. It resides in duration. The length of silence, the patience of omission, and the steady continuity of routine have transformed the site into something less active and more reflective. It has become a fixed presence within cultural memory, not through disclosure, but through persistence. Standing at a distance, the landscape offers little variation. The dry lake bed stretches outward, pale and still. Mountains rise gently, unchanged by documentation or debate. The sky above follows its cycles, indifferent to human attention. This stability invites contemplation rather than inquiry. The environment does not encourage urgency. It encourages pause. Over time, Area 51 has shifted from an operational subject to a symbolic one. It represents a boundary between what is recorded and what remains undefined. This boundary is not marked by fences alone, but by language, habit, and institutional rhythm. The mystery endures because it is maintained quietly, without confrontation. The absence of resolution is not accidental. It reflects a deliberate balance between acknowledgement and restraint. What is known exists within narrow frames. What is unknown is allowed to remain so. This balance has proven durable, sustained across generations. Without disruption, it has become part of the site's identity. The desert itself functions as an archive, not one of documents or data, but of continuity. Each year adds another layer of stillness. Wind reshapes the surface without altering its form. Light changes with the hour, then returns. These cycles mirror the way the story has unfolded: gradual, repetitive, and calm. Human presence within this landscape is subtle. Infrastructure exists, but it does not dominate the horizon. Movement is minimal, carefully timed. From afar, the land appears unoccupied. This illusion reinforces the sense that nothing demands attention. The quiet is not empty, it is intentional. In this context, unanswered questions lose their urgency. They remain, but they do not press forward. The mystery becomes ambient, like the desert air. It surrounds without intruding. This quality makes the site enduring rather than provocative. It invites reflection instead of speculation. Culturally, Area 51 has transitioned into a shared reference point. It is recognized without needing explanation. Its meaning is understood broadly, even if details remain undefined. This shared understanding reduces tension. The mystery no longer seeks resolution. It simply exists. The role of institutions in shaping this outcome has been passive rather than assertive. Silence was maintained through routine rather than declaration. Over time, this approach normalized absence. What was not said became as expected as what was. The lack of emphasis softened the edges of curiosity. As years continue to pass, the site's story does not advance in chapters. It settles. Each decade adds distance, allowing perspective to widen. Events that once seemed central recede, leaving behind patterns rather than moments. The mystery becomes less about content and more about form. The calm nature of this persistence aligns with the environment that hosts it. The desert does not resolve itself, it endures. In the same way, Area 51 remains without conclusion. Its presence is stable, its silence complete. This enduring quiet offers a form of closure that does not rely on answers. It allows the story to rest. Reflection replaces inquiry. Observation replaces pursuit. The mind can move slowly across the landscape, unburdened by the need to know more. In this final phase, the mystery functions as a mirror. It reflects how societies manage uncertainty, how institutions preserve continuity, and how landscapes absorb meaning over time. The desert holds these reflections without comment. As attention drifts away from specifics, what remains is atmosphere, the sense of space, the feeling of distance, the awareness that some places are defined not by revelation, but by restraint. This awareness is calm, not unsettling. Area 51, in this light, is no longer a question waiting to be answered. It is a quiet landmark within the broader human tendency to leave certain things unresolved. Its endurance lies in acceptance rather than secrecy. The desert continues to rest beneath open sky. The land does not explain itself. It does not need to. Its silence is complete, and within that silence, the story finds its most natural conclusion. Not an ending, but a settling into stillness. As reflection continues, the story of Area 51 drifts further away from chronology and closer to atmosphere. Time loosens its grip on sequence, allowing the place to be perceived not as a series of events, but as a steady presence. The desert does not recount its history. It simply remains, offering space for thought without direction. In this stillness, memory becomes diffuse. Specific dates and developments fade, replaced by broader impressions. The land appears unchanged, yet it carries the weight of years without displaying them. This contrast between endurance and invisibility shapes the quiet character of the site. Nothing announces itself. Everything is absorbed. The mystery persists because it does not require maintenance. It survives without reinforcement, sustained by habit and acceptance. Over time, curiosity softens into familiarity. The unknown becomes a background element rather than a challenge. This transformation allows the mind to rest, no longer searching for resolution. The desert encourages this state naturally. Its openness offers no focal point, inviting attention to wander slowly. The horizon stretches without interruption. Light shifts gradually, marking the passage of hours without urgency. In such an environment, questions lose momentum. They dissolve into observation. Area 51, within this landscape, feels less like a location and more like a pause. It interrupts nothing and demands nothing. Its boundaries exist, yet they do not assert themselves. The space between knowledge and absence remains wide, allowing thought to settle comfortably within it. Institutional silence, once perceived as tension, becomes texture. It blends into the environment, indistinguishable from distance or heat. The absence of explanation no longer signals withholding. It signals completion. What needed to be established has been established. Everything else rests. This resting quality defines the final impression. The site does not invite interpretation. It does not resist it either. It exists alongside perception without engagement. This neutrality is calming. It removes pressure, allowing attention to drift freely. Cultural narratives surrounding the place continue quietly, but they do not intrude. They circulate at the edges of awareness, familiar and unchallenging. The site's meaning no longer shifts dramatically. It has settled into a stable form, shaped by repetition rather than revelation. In this settled state, the desert becomes central again. Wind passes over the dry lake bed, smoothing its surface. Dust moves without destination. The mountains remain fixed, offering scale without detail. These elements anchor the story in physical calm, grounding abstraction in tangible stillness. The human presence associated with the site feels distant. Structures are implied rather than seen. Activity is assumed rather than observed. This distance softens any sense of intrusion. The land absorbs human design without resistance, returning to quiet as soon as movement ceases. Reflection deepens as the narrative slows. The mind no longer tracks cause and effect, it rests in continuity. The idea of an enduring mystery becomes less about concealment and more about patience. Some things remain simply because there is no need to move them. This patience aligns with the rhythm of sleep. Thought becomes circular, gentle, unforced. Attention drifts back to the landscape, to light and shadow, to the steady horizon. The story no longer advances. It settles. Area 51, in this final contemplation, becomes indistinguishable from its surroundings. It merges with desert, sky, and time. Its outline fades, leaving only atmosphere. This blending marks the quiet resolution of the narrative. The absence of conclusion feels complete. Nothing is missing. The lack of answers is not a gap, but a condition. It allows the story to remain open without tension. This openness is restful, offering space rather than demand. As reflection continues, even the concept of mystery softens. It becomes less defined, more ambient. The unknown is no longer separate from the known. Both coexist without conflict. This balance sustains calm. The desert holds this balance effortlessly. It has done so long before names or records existed. It will continue long after attention shifts elsewhere. In this continuity, the story finds its natural end. There is no final statement, no summary required. The place does not conclude. It remains. The narrative follows suit, easing into stillness rather than stopping. In this stillness, thought slows, awareness widens, the landscape rests, and with it, the story. What began as a hidden place becomes a quiet presence, defined not by secrecy, but by endurance. The final impression is gentle and unremarkable. The desert under open sky, a location known by name, yet unchanged by it. Silence not as absence, but as form. Here, the narrative releases its hold. Reflection fades into rest. The enduring mystery no longer asks to be considered. It simply remains, calm and unmoving, as attention drifts away and the story comes to rest. As the final moments of the story unfold, the sense of place becomes increasingly abstract. Area 51 no longer appears as a defined location, but as an idea gently suspended within the vastness of the desert. The boundaries that once seemed important soften, blending into the surrounding land until distinction loses meaning. The Nevada desert resumes its central role, steady and indifferent. It does not react to attention or interpretation. It does not preserve memory in words or symbols. It holds only form, space, and time, stretching quietly beneath the sky. In this openness, the narrative loosens further, allowing thought to slow naturally. The long history associated with this place settles into stillness. Events that once carried weight now feel distant, smoothed by repetition and time. Nothing presses forward. Nothing asks to be remembered in detail. The land itself appears unconcerned with sequence, holding all moments equally. Silence becomes the dominant feature, not an absence, but a presence that fills the space between thoughts. It encourages rest rather than reflection. The story no longer describes or explains, it simply remains alongside the listener, offering calm companionship rather than direction. The structures implied beneath the desert, the airspace above, and the routines once carried out within them fade into suggestion. They are no longer distinct elements of focus. Instead, they dissolve into the larger rhythm of the environment, absorbed by the same stillness that defines the landscape. Time stretches without markers. Day and night lose sharp contrast, blending into a continuous flow of light and shadow. The desert accepts this cycle without change. It does not signal beginnings or endings. It simply continues. In this quiet continuation, curiosity gently releases its grip. Questions no longer seek resolution. They rest, unburdened by the need for answers. The idea of mystery remains, but it no longer feels unresolved. It feels complete in its openness. The story does not close with certainty or revelation. It closes with acceptance. Acceptance that some places exist beyond explanation, not because they are hidden, but because they do not require understanding to persist. Their presence is enough. The desert, unchanged and expansive, offers a final sense of grounding. Its surface reflects light softly, without glare. Its horizon remains wide and uninterrupted. Nothing moves quickly. Nothing demands attention. As awareness settles into this calm, the distinction between story and environment fades. The narrative becomes part of the same quiet space it describes. Words slow, then soften, then gently recede. Area 51, once framed as a secret, now feels neutral, neither revealed nor concealed, simply present, a point within a larger landscape that does not emphasize it. The weight of speculation lifts, leaving only stillness behind. This stillness is not empty. It is full in a subtle way, carrying the sense of continuity that extends beyond individual moments. It suggests that the land will remain long after stories change, long after attention shifts elsewhere. The final reflection holds no conclusion because none is needed. The narrative has arrived at rest. It no longer moves forward. It simply settles, like dust returning to the ground. Thoughts drift more slowly now. The mind follows the rhythm of the desert rather than the structure of the story. There is no signal to remain alert. Everything encourages ease. The quiet presence of the place lingers briefly, then begins to fade into background awareness. It does not disappear. It simply becomes less distinct, blending into the calm space of rest. This gentle fading marks the end, not a stopping point, but a soft transition. The story releases itself, allowing silence to take its place. The desert remains. The sky remains. The sense of quiet endures without effort. And as the final words settle, the story completes its purpose, not by answering questions, but by allowing them to rest.